who were killed by the United States.
In Northern Virginia today, an arrest in connection with 2 pipe bombs that were planted at Democratic and Republican headquarters in Washington the night.
I'm good, sister. Right. Thank you.
Stream is up.
My stream is up. What are we going to talk about?
Is he sick?
I don't know, which is weird because of his sniffling.
Yeah.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burris. That's the latest. You know, I don't know.
I'm like uber sensitive to that shit with like employees and stuff. I'm like, do not come to work if your ass is sick, you know? Just don't do it. Have too small of a staff for everybody to be sick because one person, you know, just thinks they're so damn important that they have to come to work
And sometimes
sick.
I think it's not so much they feel they're important, but I think they don't want to miss work. I mean, some of it, I think, is like, yeah, I think that it's, they feel like they're doing good for the company. That's what I think they think.
Are you sick there, Doc?
What?
Are you sick?
No.
Allergies or what?
You sound good.
I feel great.
What's up, Mr. Fuller?
What you know?
I was wondering what the hell are you doing? So, is it true that you're looking for a gasoline car?
Yeah.
Don't you have the little Santa Fe in the garage?
I gave Addie her new Santa Fe.
So, Addie's got a car, and the Miles, they have their cars.
Yeah.
And then you just need a backup? Well, tell me what's going on with, like,
Well,
if I
we-
get an electric car, will I need a backup?
Yes, you will.
Well, we tow. I'm not going to tow $100,000 vehicles on the back of the RV.
Okay.
So that's
Is that
the main reason.
Okay, gotcha.
If I got to the point where I would, if I bought a cheap electric car, it would actually be perfect because I can plug it right in at the RV park. So I'd always have it charged, but I don't want 3 fucking electric vehicles. I think I'm buy a Santa Fe. I have bought like 8 new Santa Fe's, and I've just never been unhappy. I usually sell them, and I end up driving them for a couple $100 a month for as long as I owned them. They're easy to sell because of the warranty.
Yeah.
But I fucking slid through a light in my fucking X last night, dude, on the way to Jay's party. It terrified the shit out of me. I pulled over and went to Discount Tires and put snow tires.
So you don't have to lose.
It was terrifying.
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the come.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, what's going on? Got Tom Martino and Marc Mager. Marc, what's happening in your life this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. I love Frank. This is a time of year a lot of people start thinking about selling their home, buying another home, doing whatever. If you want to know what your house will sell for on the market, it's not an appraisal, but what this real estate market actually means for your house with the interest rate, supply and demand, neighborhoods, comparables, all the factors. Frank does it free of charge with absolutely no obligation. You will not believe the detailed report. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, 303-920-1622. We have John Fuller with us from Fuller Law, talking about personal injury and the law in general. He is our fill-in when we're not here, and we love having him. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to stuff. We're going to talk to Jan, who had a really weird problem yesterday. I wanted to bring Jan back up, and I just felt it was, when I say weird, it was unusual. And let's talk about your problem. Jan, what's going on?
Yeah, hi, Tom. Thanks for having me back on. Yeah, it was unusual, and, the backdrop was I went to my Planet Fitness. I did my hour workout. When I came back to the locker room, my lock was gone, and my locker was empty.
Now, you had your own locker. Excuse me. It's conventional or traditional or whatever you say. It's common practice there to take your own lock with you. I mean, to bring a block with you when you go to Planet Fitness, then you lock your stuff up, right? What we have at our club, we have 2 things. We have the executive locker room where you keep a locker all the time and you pay monthly. Then we have another one where you punch in a code that's good for that session. You punch in a code and that code is good for you. It's like at a hotel safe.
That's fancy.
Where you punch in a code? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but Jan had one where you have to put your own lock on the door. And I'm interested in what you think and what John thinks about this.
We have one at Core Power Yoga we go to all the time.
Yeah.
I have never brought a lock to any location, and we've gone to 5 different locations, and I've gone over 700 times.
But you don't put your wallet and stuff
Never once locked anything. Just use the cubby.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Most of the time, you don't have a lot with you, but when I go to the club, I have my earpieces, my cell phone I put away. I put certain things away. But I want to know, John, what do you think? Does Planet Fitness have any responsibility? Does it depend on what signs there are? Jan, what is the common practice there when you put stuff in a locker? Are there signs that say not responsible for theft or not responsible for items or anything like that?
And what are we talking? Like,
what happened?
How much are you missing?
Everything.
But what does that mean,
What is
everything?
What
A pair
happened?
of
Where
jeans?
is it? What'd they say? I need to know the rest of the
All right,
story.
let's tell the story, Jan. I'll shut up. Tell the story of what was taken and what you did and what they did.
And I have an interesting update, but I'll answer your question. Yes, they do have a sign posted. So they provide the empty lockers. You bring your own lock. They're not responsible for any theft. Fair enough. They have cameras on property. So, they can record things. But I did recover everything at the end of the day.
Wait, how'd you recover everything?
Well, it's a little embarrassing, but I'll share it with you.
Wrong locker.
Mark, you're kind of on the right track.
Oh, no.
I was in a hurry to get to my session, And I walked in, I dumped my stuff, and I went out, and when I came back, I'm like, I don't get it. Well, you're not going to believe this, but the men's locker room and the ladies' locker room look identical.
You were in the ladies' locker room?
You got it.
I'm shocked none of the ladies
Who is
noticed.
it? It's Jan.
Right. That should never happen to Mark, okay?
So wait a minute. So you went to the same exact locker number in the same exact location in a mirrored locker room.
That's correct.
How did you discover it? I'm just curious about it. And thank you for coming back on and subjecting yourself to our abuse. How did you figure it out?
Yeah, I figured you guys would be good for beating me up on this one. Well, I told the guys, and there were three guys, well, two guys at the counter, and I told them when I saw that it was empty, I said, gee, you know what, maybe, just for grins, maybe it was in the women's locker room. And so one of the guys at the desk, and I described to him what the lock looked like, where the locker location was, and he went in and he came out about 2 minutes later and said, nope, nothing there. So now I'm into canceling my credit cards. That's when I called you, and I had nothing. And then I realized I couldn't take an Uber home because they canceled my cards. So they had to buy me an Uber.
No.
And did you have your cell phone?
I did have my cell phone.
Right, and I'll tell you, yeah, that is okay. So how did you? If he went in there and said there's nothing there, how did you figure it out?
So I got home, got everything together, and I had to take the Uber back because my car was still there because they had my car keys. My car keys
right.
in the locker. And I went back in, and when I walked in the door, the guest manager there, as I walked in, he said, Oh, hey, after you left, the two guys went back in the ladies' locker room and they saw a locker and they thought they saw some jeans in the locker, so they busted the lock off. And here they come around the corner. Stuff.
Oh. So.
But I'm like, hey, you went in there. He should have just had me follow him in there when they went to look, because then I would have known right away. But the kid goes in and says, nope, nothing there. Then they bust the lock, then they bring it out, and they have the stuff, and they had my phone number. They didn't even call me and say, hey, come back, we found your stuff.
Yeah. So listen, it is a good discussion, though. I don't see where a locker room, I don't see where a club, and by the way, now that I'm glad you found your stuff, and good, it's a good discussion, though. When our locker rooms aren't responsible for stuff, I mean, they're just not responsible. You put a lock on there, or you have a combination lock and someone breaks in.
How about like where you go, where you said they give you a 1 hour code, it's all built in, it's all their lock?
It's a code as long, it's just good. They don't want you to use it overnight, but that code is as good as, it's like the hotel safe where you plug in the first time you plug
I'm just saying, because they're the ones giving it to you, do they?
No.
What do you think,
you
John?
program your own lock. So it's an empty locker. You open it, you put your stuff in it, you close it, you put in a code you want, hit lock.
Yeah.
Next time you hit that code, it unlocks. So it's
But I'm saying if someone went in there and got in and broke the lock,
I don't think they're responsible.
Would they have any liability? I mean, I doubt it. But
unless it was an employee. If it was an inside job or something.
Maybe, but even that wouldn't be the scope of their work.
This brings up something that I got to talk about because I find myself getting pissed off. And I mentioned it a little one time, but I'm serious.
What?
It's okay. I go to the gym and I have a routine. Okay,
Is this going to be about how all the old guys are always naked?
No. No. Excessive nakedness I put up with. I just said the hell with it. I mean, and that's a whole different ballgame, but it's true. Old men love being naked in a locker room. I swear to God, the lower the balls, the more naked they are. They just love walking around naked, and I'm not sure why. It's like they just like walking around naked and scratching themselves and talking to you, and they get too close, and it's just like, what is going on? Why do people... I don't want to get into that. There is something else about gyms, and I'm telling you, something's got to be done. Something absolutely, positively has to be done. I'm Tom Martino, and by the way, Water Pros, the best water systems right now. This is where you get a gift for the family. Get a whole house system, $41.95, or get a whole house filter, just $21.95. Get rid of all those ugly chemicals and plastics and stuff, or get a drinking water system for just $1,200. The bet you will never find these prices anywhere. Waterpros.net.
This is what they call the hard sell. Sunday Yard Care Black Friday sale. Limited time. Act now.
Yelling about grass feels strange. Let's try that again. Sunday Yard Plans give you a thick, healthy yard without pesticides or weekend projects. We analyze your soil and climate, send a simple plan, and you spray it on. No drama.
But wait, there's more.
No, there isn't. For Black Friday, your Sunday plan is 30% off. Lock in your spring subscription today. Sunday, smarter lawn care for less. GetSunday.com.
I want to talk to Mark Szymanski right now. He is the owner of Genesis Total Exteriors. And let's talk about time for going inside with cold weather. And Mark, you still, even though you're called GenesisTotalExteriors.com, of course you do kitchens and baths and basements, you do other things, and you do interior painting. Let's talk about that. A good time to start that project.
I tell you, Tom, the holidays, obviously we're already past Thanksgiving, but if you want to get a fresh look on that house before you get your Christmas tree up, now's the time to give us a call. We have openings and we can get your house painted on the inside. If you want to just do a couple bedrooms, want to do the living room, whatever you need to do, trim, paint, doors, whatever you need painting inside, we can help you out there because obviously it's a little too chilly out there today to be painting outside.
Yeah, and you do interior painting. You have an entire painting crew, and it's good to know. Mark?
Oh, my God, man. They have done both the inside and outside of our house, and I couldn't be happier. The outside of our house they did over 5 years ago. They help with colors and choices and trim, and it looks like they did it yesterday.
Yeah, it's good, Mark. And when you're talking about, at Genesis, doing the inside of the house, what can you say about getting it done? Like, when is the cutoff date if they want to try to get it done for the holidays, literally for the end of this month? When do they have to call in?
In the next week and a half. Yeah,
okay.
For sure.
Wow. So you guys get right to work. So if you're looking, listen to this, if you're looking for that remodeling right now, before the holidays, GenesisTotalExteriors.com can get it done. And of course, they do all the other remodeling inside and out, as we said. They're a full-service company. Get in touch with them now, 303-679-8509. Get the inside of your house painted, and you can get it before the holidays. Call them within a week. Call them this week, 303-679-8509. That's 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Now, speaking of Szymanskis, they're not related, by the way. My friend David Szymanski owns U.S. Mortgages. And here's what they do. They shop the marketplace for mortgages to find you the best deal. They're mortgage brokers. U.S. Mortgages has stood the test of time, and they believe that you should be wise and shop around. They love the offerings they have, and they want a wise consumer. Right now, you may want to choose their 5-year fixed rate for 4.99% or below. That's right, 4.99% or below. And you can refi out of it at any time, of course, but it gets you a 5-year fix to refi or to buy now. That's a 6.04 APR. And what I said was, once you're their customer, you also get the lowest rate for life program. That means when rates go down even 0.5%, just 0.5%, they'll refinance you free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals. So you're in it to win it, and you're in it as long as you want to be with U.S. Mortgages. 303 low rate. That's easy to remember and happy to get your low rate at 303 low rate or usmloan.com.
Anyway, I looked out the window at like 2 a.m. and it was wet. And then at 4 it was
ice.
Well,
oh my God, it's so
white on
icy.
top of it.
It's scary.
Sure shit when I got on the road. It was icy.
Yeah. Doc said the same thing. He said it was all black ice.
Every bit of it was covered in ice. So I was going down the highway and I looked over and some guy was in the ditch on the other side. And just as soon as I glanced over, I felt my car did that. There was another car right beside me. I'm like, son of a gun, I better pay attention here. It was very, very slippery. But
in Oklahoma, usually once every year or two, we were there for on and off for 8-9 years. Talk about black ice, man. It would just be a skating rink, the entire Tulsa.
Right.
You could literally not see it. And until you really knew, I never saw that in Jersey because we'd always have snow and stuff on top of it. But you'd never have snow in Tulsa. Well, not never, but almost never. I fucking broke my cell phone screen last night. Speaking of ice, I was dragging the trash cans down, fucking slipped, fell on my ass. I was fine, didn't think of anything till I wake up this morning and I got this cracked. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Time to get a real one.
No way.
Never. iPhone wouldn't have broken.
Yeah, right. It would have definitely have broken. This is a good time of year for you, isn't it, in general? Just snow and ice and all this.
You know, there's a lag to it.
I know that. I mean, cash flow wise.
No, I don't do that. Yeah, I don't get the calls like no calls.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So here's what I want to say, and then I'll get back into it. They ought to outlaw cell phones at health clubs, okay? It's downright abusive. Now, here's what you have. You have some big-ass piece of crap on a machine working out, and he'll do a sets of 10 or 20 or 25, and then he'll do them, and might do 3 sets or 4 sets. You have women and men both doing this. They just piss me off. They sit there in between sets, and they get on their phones, and they text, and they watch movies, they listen to music, and they literally tie up the machine. And there's a line for the machine. If you want to do that, first of all, if you want to rest in between 30 seconds, fine. Sit there, 30 seconds later, start your second set. But for God's sakes, for you to sit there 5 and 6 minutes while people want to use that machine, and you sit there, I walk up now and I say, excuse me, here's what I say exactly. I say, excuse me, if you're going to be on your cell phone, can I work in? And they go, well, I just have another set. I said, yeah, but you're texting people. I don't mind saying it anymore because they're rude and they're crude to sit there on their phone. And I know there are people listening right now. I know there are, and it's true. They do it, and you do it. And I know at the club, a lot of people, Tom, I listen to your show today. I know they listen. And I know that this happens to be Lifetime Fitness at Cherry Creek. It's the worst one I've ever seen in my life. The worst. And I wrote to headquarters and said, can you just have, here's what I said.
My yard, you damn kids.
Here's what I said. Can you have a rule that you don't use cell phones on machines? Period. Why do you need a cell phone on a machine? Why? You don't need one.
Anytime I'm on a treadmill or a bicycle, I always have my cell phone there and I'm watching Netflix.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Mark. You're on a treadmill. You're there for 40 minutes. There's nothing. I'm talking about when you're doing chest presses or you're doing arm curls or you're doing shoulder lifts. You don't need a cell phone in your hand. Or if you do have a cell phone and you're listening to music, fine, I don't mind. But then in between sets, you want to sit there and rest for 30 seconds? If you truly rested for 30 seconds, that would be okay. But they don't. They stay there for 5 and 6 minutes. Worse, they start having a conversation with a friend and they're tying up the machine. And I go up and I say, excuse me, but can I use the machine? I'm not being get off my yard. I'm not pointing a bony finger. Think about how rude that is.
Glad we got that off our chest today.
Think about how rude that is. Think about it. That they're sitting there with their cell phone.
I would agree with you unless there was other machines that were the same you could hop
obviously.
But what if you're taking a video of the hot chick on the machine in front of you?
So here's the thing.
Come on.
I one time took pictures of people with timestamps that were on machines not working out for 5 and 6 minutes long. I really did send an email to Lifetime Fitness. And I said, you need to address this because people have busy schedules and they don't have time to wait. I'm sincere, by the way. I'm not just trying to drum up calls. I'm telling you that there can't be. I know that there are many of you that have experienced this. What do you do when you experience it? They're sitting there, okay? And as Mark said, if there are other machines, go to another machine. I don't mind going to another machine. I'm talking about a busy time of the gym. You're sitting there in between your sets for 5 and 6 and 7, sometimes 10 minutes, checking your emails, your texts, looking at videos on YouTube. And I say to them, if you're going to be on your cell phone, may I use the machine? And you know what? People get upset when I ask them because I don't say it with a huff. I just say, excuse me, if you're going to be on your cell phone, can I use the machine? Can I work in? Well, all right. And what they should say is, yes, I'm sorry about that. Or they should just do their next set. But look.
Are you naked when you do that?
I just can't stand it. First of all, I do have equipment at home that I use, but I like the gym because they have the hot tub and the steam room and all the stuff, the accoutrements. I like going to Lifetime. It's a great club. I did notice the one down in the tech center, wherever it is off of Dry Creek, it's not as bad with cell phones. The one at Cherry Creek's the worst. The absolute worst. The absolute worst. In fact, I will venture to say that most people on machines are not working out most of the time. If you could clock the machine or if you could spy on it, you would find that most of the time the machine is tied up, people are not working out. Anyway, you see what you got me doing, Jan? Let me ask you this, Jan. At Planet Fitness, do people sit their asses on a machine and look at their cell phones?
I haven't sseen that at all, Tom.
Okay, really? Well, maybe it's just the self-important people at Cherry Creek Lifetime that think they need to be on their phones.
Yeah, I think there's a much higher percentage of selfish people in Cherry Creek who feel they're entitled.
Well,
definitely.
I don't know.
Very logical conclusion.
Anyway, Jan, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Did you have anything else on your mind with health clubs?
No, I didn't. The thing I'll close with is, and we don't have to talk about it now, the hassle of getting cards replaced, the timing.
In other words, even though you found your stuff, you went through all that trouble, and now you're saying, while they may not be responsible for the theft, they are responsible, possibly they went and checked, because now that's another level of responsibility. The guy went in and said, no, there's nothing there, and you told him you had a locker that was locked, and it might be in the women's room. And he went in there, and did you give him the locker number?
No, I didn't, but I showed him where the location was in the locker room. And it was the identical location in the women's room, because they're identical.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I would be pissed if I asked a guy to check. This is another thing, for example. You're at a restaurant, let's say, and you hang a coat up. Or you have something at a restaurant, you ask them, and this is a weird one. So you go back to the restaurant, it's not there. Okay, you lost it. I've lost things before. Credit cards, I've lost coats and jackets before because I can't remember where I left it. Maybe even a pair of glasses. But here's one. This is one that
I think you've lost a full tractor before.
Yeah. I've lost equipment because people borrow stuff from me.
And then you forget who's got it. I'm guilty of that.
Anyway, but here's something. Here's something that pisses me off, or not, brings it to a different level. I can see if you left something at a restaurant, you go back, it's not there, you can't find it, it's nowhere to be found. No one's responsible for that but you. But what about when you call the restaurant and the person says, "Oh yeah, your jacket, here it is. Is it blue? Does it have the Montclair patch on it or whatever?" I'm just name dropping the Montclair. But anyway, then you take the jacket and you say, "I'll be right in. I'll be in tomorrow. I'll be in tonight." You go there and it's not there. Is that a different level of responsibility than if you just left it, you went back and it's missing? I think it is. I think they took bailment. I think
check on eBay right after that. Somebody's like,
John,
Tom Martino official jackets.
I think that if I called and said,
with the Columbia patch,
do you see my jacket? Do you see my jacket, Montclair? Did you see Montclair?
The Mont Blanc pen in the pocket.
Did you see that? And if they say yes, then I think they have a responsibility after that. I think. What do you think?
Think so.
No? Even then?
No.
It's okay.
I mean, like, really? What do you think, attorney?
I think they have. If you call them and they say
If they
yes,
say, yeah, we have it, then you show up and it's gone, do they owe you a new one now?
At the restaurants I go to, they don't have coat checks and stuff. You know?
I was going to say,
Applebee's. When I go to Applebee's, I put my coat on the back of my chair, you know?
okay, these are just little things that come up. Okay, I have another one. I think about these things, okay? I feel like the Larry David of consumer stuff. Okay, here's what I think about. This, and again, the restroom thing has me, there has to be places, people have to be able to use restrooms, right? So you're at a restaurant.
We're covering a lot of ground today.
No, let me get this out. You go to a restaurant. You use the restroom, no big deal. You're a customer, you use the restroom. If you come in off the street and ask, do you have a restroom? They say for customers only.
Why would you ask, though? You just go in and go to the restroom?
Well, sometimes you do. You would. If you're really hurting, you would. But here's what I want to know, though. At what point are you not a customer? So you go and you have lunch. I did this in Vail. I go in and have lunch. I leave.
6 hours later.
Half hour later, I'm thinking, you know what? I got to give some of this back. So when you think about that and you go back to the restaurant, you walk in and they say it's for customers only. You say, I just had lunch here. At what point does that expire? It's a good question. When does it expire? When are you no longer a customer?
I don't think there's one answer,
I still don't
Tom.
understand why you ask. If I'm going to go in and use the restroom somewhere, I don't stop and ask for permission.
No, I don't either.
I just go to the restroom.
You're right. Sometimes I don't. No, but I feel guilty. Like, have you ever gone to a convenience store and just bought something just so you could use the restroom?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah. We all have done that.
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
And then you wish after seeing the restroom you went somewhere else.
Try to return whatever you bought. Never mind.
Yeah, right. Okay, listen, these are crazy things, but they happen. I want to know if you've encountered rudeness at a health club where people are sitting their asses on machines and they're on their cell phone.
Suzanne and I walked into a restaurant on Monday. Maybe it was Tuesday. Listen to this. We walk in. We've never been in there before. We were actually going to the place next door. And I was like, wow, that looks nice. I've never heard of this new restaurant. It was in Parker. And we walk in, and the lady looks at us at the little stand and says, what do you want? We don't open till 5. And it was 4:45. And I said, I don't want a damn thing from you.
Yeah,
and we left.
I mean, that's weird.
I never heard of anything like it.
What do you want? Yeah, I know. Weird. Then this happened to me just once. And again, I guess it's just become a tradition, but is it a right? We were at a place one time. This happened in Colorado. And we were leaving and paying the bill. And the woman said, how many, I see iced tea down here. How many did you have?
Uh-oh.
Now, wait a minute.
Like refills or?
Yeah, she said, how many? She goes, I think you had 4. And
like 4 different people had iced tea?
No, 4. You.
Like 4 refills?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, in New York, I've been charged for refills before. Have you been charged? Isn't it a tradition now that refills are free or not? Or is that going away?
Last time I was charged for refills on a non-alcoholic beverage.
Yes.
That's not orange juice or something.
Right.
Was kids' drinks in Hugo's Cellar in Las Vegas. So we're talking a nice steakhouse. And they brought the tab. And I was like, well, that's weird. I thought it was going to be around $200 for the 4 of us. And I looked down, and for every Coke our 8- and 9-year-old had basically at the time, they charged $6.
Holy crap.
I went through the roof, and I just didn't tip at all. I said, well, your tips are my Coke.
I don't, in my experience, and I don't drink soft drinks, so I don't know, but it seems like to me soft drinks would incur another charge, but things like tea and water do not. Because they routinely get filled up from a pitcher.
No, I know
with less than full pours, but a soda like a Pepsi or something.
I have never
is usually a brand new drink.
I've never been charged.
I haven't either.
No, I don't know. I don't.
Not anymore. But and especially not iced tea. But like Mark said, Orange juice, you don't expect free refills.
Coffee's weird because it used to be wherever you got coffee, they just refill it. I don't care where it is.
Oh, they still do, right?
Well, except unless you go to Starbucks and sit around.
Well, that's true.
Different.
That's true.
Why is it different, though, if you're going to be sitting there?
That is true if you think about it. The drip coffee, we're not talking about a...
Yeah, not some kind of frou-frou.
Yo, Mark,
What's that drink you used to order and I'd make fun of?
Yeah, a quad grande sugar-free vanilla latte, which... vanilla breve latte with two.
It literally came with the tampon.
Mark, don't you know that I found if you go to a breakfast place,
yes,
they don't charge you for refills of coffee. They expect when you have breakfast.
Well, or when you sit at a counter, even just having coffee, they give you free refills.
Well, like you said, when are you not a customer? Right. So if you went into Village Inn at 9 a.m. and ordered coffee, can you come back at 4 and they refill it?
Oh, my God, the things we contemplate. 303-713-TALK.
I've never been charged at breakfast for refills of coffee.
You know what, though, Coke, I've never been charged for refills of Coke.
I never did.
Or Pepsi or...
I never get them either, so I don't know.
No.
But you know what I do?
But I know the kids growing up,
Yeah.
they never charge for drinks. I mean, it would be Sprite, whatever, it doesn't matter.
And the worst thing to do is get ice in your drink. Because you...
Unless there's free refills.
What if they were pouring it out of a...
But you know what the thing is, Tom? It's not that you get charged for refills. The waiter doesn't come around often enough.
We're
I
talking,
see.
With the kids, we're talking like Applebee's and shit. They just got the fountain drinks.
Who's...
Now, down south...
Is there someone on the line or is it just lit up for no reason?
Down south, we have this concept of sweet tea.
Oh, God,
you know?
I know.
Good
Suzanne's
Lord.
entire family, all they drink is sweet tea. The McDonald's, the Burger King, every single place has sweet tea, where I never have seen it in Jersey. Never even heard of it till we moved to Oklahoma.
My mother drinks...
Okay, hold on, guys. Hey, Discount Bath. How's your bath coming, Mark? I know you're having Discount Bath do a bath for you.
I love it, absolutely. These guys, okay, I'll be honest. Here's the best part about them. Suzanne loves all the people doing the work. She loves the people that help with the decor, but to be honest, my favorite part...
What is it?
Cheap.
Yeah.
And you don't give up anything.
And no, you don't. It's beautiful stuff. They have beautiful stuff.
They will save you a fortune, Tom, and all they do is bathrooms. They don't pretend to do everything else like basements and all that crap. Nothing but bathrooms at the rock bottom prices at every level, from a fix and flip to a $10 million house.
That's right. And it's discountbath.com where you start. Why there? Because that's where you go fill out some information. This is private, but I'll tell you why you fill it out. So you can get this upload link. This link you send video to from your smartphone and tell them what you want to do on your phone. They'll send you a price without coming to your home. Of course, they'll come and visit when you want them to, but they'll give you a pretty damn good price without ever visiting. Discountbath.com. That's where it starts. 720-979-2322. That's 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com. Hey, this is a season for all kinds of weird stuff happening when it comes to criminal defense. You know, I'll tell you a story. One person, one time, knew they had too much to drink. They pulled over and parked and were going to wait. And they were arrested because they were in the front seat and the keys were there. Anyway, Joe Lazzara, that was a client. Joe Lazzara does DUIs and traffic offenses and other charges. He's a criminal defense attorney. Sometimes you're wrongly accused. Sometimes you do something stupid. Whatever it is, you can depend on Joe Lazzara. Don't ever shop under pressure. We have shopped for you. Lazzara, Lazzaralegal.com. Also find them at referralist.com. Free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
Turn that down here. So I found myself this morning coming into work. I was talking to Grok, asking him about some shit. And I found myself arguing with my AI.
Oh, I've done that.
I couldn't fucking believe it. I literally was like, how can you even think that? Where do you get your information?
I've done that.
It's crazy. Then all of a sudden I feel fucking crazy for doing it.
I was just going to say, the fact that you start this conversation, I'm talking with Brock, like you're having a damn conversation.
You've
with
never
your old
done
buddy.
it, have you?
No, I don't do that.
I literally have, I mean, these are full-blown conversations. They even throw humor in, and it's like talking to a friend. I know, it's fucking if you haven't done it. But once you start arguing what the fucking thing is saying.
You do it off your phone or something? Or
It's built into the Tesla.
Oh, well, I don't have such things in my lowly little Navigator.
Yeah, I mean, I know, the low-tech Navigator.
Domestic.
GPS only.
I know. I mean, we barely can get directions. But no, I was telling you about my mom. She drinks sweet tea with sweet lemonade, half and half. And then because it's already got so much sugar as to the point of saturation, she puts another goddamn sweet and low in on top of it. It's like, what the hell? That's a diabetes in a cup, you know? She's like 82 and has been doing that for as long as I've known her. I don't even understand that.
We had a deputy at one time.
I couldn't drink that if I had to.
We had a deputy that literally had foot problems from his diabetes and was not in control. He would come in with the 64-ounce big gulp of pure Mountain Dew, not Diet Mountain Dew. He would shove it down.
Did he have to have a foot cut off?
Yeah, he had one of his feet removed. He was on that cart thing for a while.
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it, though. And everything came back to diabetes. And every time we saw him, he'd be sucking down just sugar.
Yeah.
And then
it's crazy. But it's so weird down south. Every place you go to, sweet or unsweet.
That's
same with
Oklahoma.
This is the first time I ever heard of this. He would take his one pill, Oxy, was 60 milligrams. One pill.
That's
60
heavy duty.
milligrams for one dose.
Don't you break
That's
up?
usually the max should do.
Who, the guy that you were just talking about with the foot?
Don't you work up a tolerance?
Yeah, you do.
But you would think if you took 60 milligrams a couple times a day, you'd think your heart stops.
I'd be
your
over
heart
on
doesn't.
the floor.
Your heart and lungs don't build up a tolerance. You stop breathing.
Huh.
Well, apparently not.
People are taking a lot more
I guess
than
some people have more than others. But that's what happened to Prince. Prince didn't say, I'm going to kill myself. He just built up a tolerance and his heart stopped.
Yeah.
But also, people can have a gene that causes you to become what's called a fast
metabolization.
Yeah, a fast metabolism.
Oh.
Where they metabolize opiates much more quickly.
It's guy I went to law school.
It's aldehyde. It's called a fast aldehyde, and their metabolism for that is off the wall. So if you have that, you do need a higher dose.
I know a guy that used to be a former doctor that was on fentanyl. That dude would take enough to kill a horse every day during surgery.
Really?
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got a comment on health clubs. Chris, what do you think? Chris.
Same thing, Tom. And it's not just Cherry Hills. It's everywhere. My wife and I belong to Choose in Broomfield, and it's the same thing. And we go up, we'll see somebody on a machine, and they'll be on their phone 10 minutes between sets.
Yeah.
Just sitting there, leaning over, looking at videos, texting and everything. And I'll go over and say, excuse me, are you done, or can I get in? And you're right, it's not well received.
No, and really, they're rude. They are absolutely rude. I don't mind people doing texting and watching YouTubes or anything, but don't sit on the machine while you're doing it. And I don't know why this club, why Lifetime or any other club, can't put out a simple rule: no cell phones on machines, period. There's no reason we don't need our cell phones while we're on a machine. If you want to talk or text or change music, do it when you're off the machine. Now, when I say no cell phones on machines, what I mean is no operating them on machines. You know, music can be playing in your ear all you want. I mean, but I just, for the life of me, cannot figure out why someone believes they're privileged enough to sit there while you're waiting for them. But you're right, though, Chris. No matter how nicely you ask, people are put out by that. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to send an email to Choose. I don't know that I'll get anywhere with it, but it's a big problem, and it happens just about every time.
I know, and it clogs up the workout. I swear to God. You know what I do? If I rest in between, no matter how long it is, I get off the machine. I do not rest sitting on the machine. I just think it's rude. And I don't know why people can't do that.
Well, I use mine as a timer. If I want to a minute between sets, I'll use my phone as a timer. I won't be talking or listening to music.
I understand. Yeah. And again, I think a minute is pushing it. Anything more than a minute, get off the machine. If you're going to sit in between sets for a minute, that's fine. But, and most of the time you should have a little respite or a little rest in between sets. But what you shouldn't do is pick up your phone every single time. And then another thing, I don't understand this. Even when you are working out and you're working out on a machine, but there's something about women, females, and leg machines that I swear to God, I'm just going to say this, ladies. If you weren't born with the legs, you're not going to get them by exercising, okay? There's just certain shapes of legs are going to be, and that's all there is. Because they fall in love with these machines and sit on there. I've seen people on a machine, and there's no reason why one person should be on a machine for 30 minutes. I'm not talking about treadmill or anything like that or stair steppers. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about lifting machines. I can see no reason why a woman should be on a leg machine for 30 minutes. I don't care who they are.
Wow, you're judgy.
Well, think, Mark, if you go on a squat machine, why would you ever be on there for 30 minutes? Ever. No matter how much you work out.
Competition.
But you can't, there's no reason to be on that machine for 30 minutes.
But Tom,
I'm usually on our squat machine for
they're using it and they're resting in between. They're not watching their cell phone. And you're right, Doc. I'm contradicting myself. I say as long as you work out, fine. But then there's a certain statute of limitations here for how long you should be on altogether. I mean, I believe you have to be stewards of people's time.
Here's the part that's driving me crazy.
Using the machine, using the machine.
But there's no reason to be on one machine for 30 minutes.
In your opinion.
Don't you have all these machines at your house?
I do.
He's got an absolutely beautiful, big, huge workout
it's
machine.
All like
there.
brand new too.
The dust is like a 1/4 inch thick on it. You know?
Why don't you just throw a hot tub out back and you're done?
I work out at home sometimes, but I like sometimes getting my ass out into a club.
Put a steam shower in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you're right. Sade, what's going on with your daughter? What's happening?
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very honored. My daughter, Avery Klausmeyer, has been unconstitutionally taken to the state of Maryland. I was impregnated by her father at just the age of 22 when he was 32, a practicing dentist in Colorado. And by the age of 2, I realized that my morals and my values differ drastically from that of her father. And when I raised this as a conversation to be held with the family,
Sade, hold on one sec. You're talking about this child. How old is the child now?
My daughter is 4 years old.
Okay, and you had your child out of, as they say, out of wedlock. You were not married to the biological dad?
I was not married to the biological father. I was impregnated. I was forcefully impregnated by him.
Well, that sounds like rape to me. Were I mean, when you say forcefully impregnated, what do you mean by that exactly? Did he forcibly have sex with you?
Yes, exactly. He wanted a child so desperately, as he was much older than I was, and he raped me to have my child.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Did you ever have him arrested for raping you?
Well, I have police reports of sexual misconduct and sexual assault, but
okay.
I was in such a
hold on, Sade.
PTSD.
Hold on. I want to give you more time. Just hang on. Do not hang up. We'll figure this out coming back. I'm Tom Martino.
I thought you were going to say, hold on, we'll milk this for everything it's got.
Well, if she was raped, the baby's 4, so it was 4 years ago.
I think she's calling about custody issues.
Well, I know something happened.
And support issues back in Maryland or wherever she said she was from. I forget what state she said.
Mark, just so you know, I can at times, just so you know, I can do CMG if I ever need to. So that's not a can't do thing. Okay. Just so you know, because he has what he does is what he does, and he does it well, and there's nothing wrong. And I made that very clear up front.
Okay.
And same goes for most everybody. I mean, except for, never mind, I won't talk about it now. Except for that one.
Except for never
mind, I'm not going to talk about it now. Okay, U.S. Mortgages. They're mortgage brokers and they shop around. You know what? Shopping is good with everything, even with mortgages. And Dave Szymanski and his team at U.S. Mortgages, they do the shopping for you. They look around in the marketplace to find you the best loan for your circumstances, and they have loans they can offer you. They do equity loans, by the way, and they right now have a 5-year fixed rate loan if you want to buy a house or refi for 4.99% or below for 5 years fixed. Think about that. That's 6.04 APR. Now, you can use this loan to get through these weird times of interest rates, and you can refi out of it anytime. In fact, when you're a customer of U.S. Mortgages, you're in the lowest rate for life program with them, meaning if rates go down even by 0.5%, they refinance you free of all charges, no lender fees, no appraisals. That's USMLoan.com, stands for U.S. Mortgages, USMLoan.com, or 303 low rate, 303 low rate.
If you get a mortgage from them, Tom, are you allowed to use their restroom?
I actually like these XRTs. I can't decide if I want that damn little pickup or just another Santa Fe. That pickup might be hard to resell. It's a weird looking little fucker.
Is it by Hyundai?
Yeah, it's a little Santa Cruz.
No shit.
It kind of, I think Honda made
one. They made one, Ridgeline.
Yeah. It's like in between that and, what's that thing in El Camino? It's kind of like they melted those two together. I think a Santa Fe would be a lot easier to sell, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I got to sell that damn Kona.
Is it an electric Kona?
No, it's a gas 21.
Oh.
That was my daughter's car, and I gave her our new Santa Fe and took that back.
I love my electric Kona.
Yeah, they're good vehicles, Doc. You just charge yours at home?
Yeah.
got a brand new Lincoln email right here.
It's such a pleasure, Mark. I come home.
Everybody started wheeling the over.
Hey, Tom Martino here with John Fuller, personal injury attorney, and our legal expert and Marc Mager, Deputy Doc's here as well. And what's going on in your life? Let's talk about this serious issue now. But we got to take this carefully because it's an explosive topic here. Sade, let me get this straight. You say about 4 years ago you were raped. About 4 or 5 years ago you were raped, and you had a daughter as a result of this rape. What I need to know is this: was he ever criminally prosecuted for rape? Ever? This man who did this to you?
He has not been, because I was so young at the time. I had no idea what was going on with myself.
How old were you at the time?
I was 20 when I was first found by him.
How'd you meet this guy? How'd you meet him, and what do you mean found by him? Explain those circumstances.
I was 20 years old on a walk through my community of Denver, a pre-medical student on track at CU University, and he was also on a walk, and he approached me and my dog, and at first I continued to walk, but he was walking alongside of me, and I continued to walk. And
now, how old was this guy? You were 20. How old was this guy?
I was 20. He was 30.
Okay. And you were walking your dog, and you were approached by this man. Was he a student, or what was he?
No, he at the time was a day trader with the credentials to be a practicing dentist in the community of Denver, Colorado.
He was studying to be a dentist, or already had the credentials?
Already had the credentials as a 30-year-old in the community of Denver.
Okay, and did he practice dentistry ever?
Yes, he went on to practice dentistry at many different locations in Colorado.
Okay, here's what I need to know, and I don't want to use any names right now. When he raped you, this is a weird question, did you have a relationship with him? In other words, were you going out with him? Were you dating him? Were you having any kind of relationship with him?
He continued to show up at my place to harass me and to send me multiple messages that was unwanted contact from him. But he made it very clear that his priority in life was to have a child.
Okay. And so you say he raped you. Now, this is another weird question, but I need to ask. Did you have sexual relations with him before he raped you ever? Like, did you ever have consensual sex with him?
Yes, we had consensual sex.
Okay, but you also had this time where you got pregnant, and that time was not consensual? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it was not consensual.
Okay, had you broken off with him, or what do you mean? Like what I mean is, was it during your relationship, or was it after you had broken up with him? When did this happen? This involuntary or this unwelcome sex?
We were not together, but we were still living in the same house.
Okay, and that's when he said that when he had sex with you and you told him not to, and you did not want to. Hold on, okay? We're going to come back to you. Tell her we're going to try to get someone to talk about this. Was approached by a 30-year-old man. So they were living together.
That's what she said. They were living together, but not having sex at that point or something like that.
I would hate to be in her shoes because the defense lawyer is just going to eat her up alive.
And it's so
They're
old. I mean, it's 4 or 5 years
It's
ago.
weird.
Plus, she's living in the same house.
And why did he get the kid?
Well, we don't know if he did.
I mean, like I said, they're living in the same house. They have consensual sex, and she supposedly got raped. I mean, it'll be a hard thing to prove. Especially, she never made any contact with any authorities, never reported it.
And broke up, but we're still living together.
Tom, ask that gal if I mean, you can drag it out as long as you want, but I think where this is going is he may have gotten custody of this child.
Yeah, that's what we're going to find out.
I think that's exactly it.
How do you practice dentistry all over the Colorado in only like 40 years? I mean,
How old was he? Did she ever say?
30.
Don't you?
He's an old man, you know.
She made it sound like he was like 60.
I agree, but
Hey, John?
and he lived with her, and they continued to live with her after the fact.
He may be doing locums at like these Comfort Dental or your Smile, and just doing.
It just sounds like a lack of stability.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that could be why he's practicing.
Yeah.
The only reason I can think in 4 years.
Could be. Yeah, he's an old fucker, you know. They just arrested that pipe bomb.
I saw that. They've been looking for him for years.
Who'd they arrest?
The pipe bomb guy.
Oh.
From back before the
I'd like to see
January 11th.
how they tied that up, you know. Because they were doing like gait analysis and stuff, and you kept hearing snippets that they thought it was some FBI guy, you know. And they had one identified. They were pretty sure it was him.
Well, it looks like he's coming out of a hole.
He's on the sidewalk. That's a park bench right there. That's new footage, though. We haven't seen that before. Yeah, you just can't do anything in a place like D.C. without being on video just about everywhere you go, you know? I mean, if they get all crazy proctological on it, they will have video of just about every step you take.
I mean,
It makes you wonder how anybody could ever get away with, you know, anything.
Yeah, I mean, the only expectation of privacy is in your own home. Or maybe a friend's house that you trust. You know, you see all these YouTube videos where these First Amendment auditors go around and people get so bent out of shape because the guy is on the sidewalk with the camera and they get bent out of shape because they're being filmed. So instead of walking away, they come and confront him to be on the film more.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, we just settled one recently for 26 times the opening offer.
Wow.
Damn. And the reason why is that we discovered additional policies that weren't immediately obvious in the beginning of the case. So, I'm not one to brag, but that's pretty
good.
Outcome, you know?
Hell yeah, it is. It's a great
The lesson from that is you can't take things at face value, and you can't just assume that what looks like all the insurance is necessarily all the insurance. So,
when I sued my home bill,
was this
John, the
additional insurance kept quiet on purpose?
well, we discovered that the purpose. So, a guy ran over a dude on a bicycle, right? And we discovered that what he was doing immediately prior to running over this guy was making a deposit for his business at a bank. And so it became a business trip, and we cleaned out his business insurance policy in addition to his own personal insurance policy.
And he didn't know it.
He didn't know what.
He would be covered by his business.
Well, nobody just thought to disclose that until we found out what he was doing. And we kind of pursued that. So, and State Farm really wanted us to resolve the case, so they kind of, in a certain way, worked on our side because they really wanted us to take their little
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. I'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Tom Martino. Our phone lines, we have one line open at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John Fuller is with us, attorney at law. And when he's not here, he's at his office. You can always call him up front for initial consultations before you even hire him. Or if you never hire him, he'll talk to you. Most attorneys want you to sign up or at least sign in. No obligation with John. And then if you do decide to hire him, people doubt this. When I say it, I get emails now and then saying, is that for real? He gives you a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. And it's true. So when he's not here, he's at 303-597-4500. I know Deputy Dimitri's on with a follow-up, but I want to go back to Sade because we have some very important questions and we'll have somebody look into it. But for those joining us now, Sade said she was about 4 years ago, she was a 20-year-old medical student out walking her dog and was approached by a 30-year-old man, a dentist. She started dating him. They eventually started living together, having consensual sex, but then they broke up, but were still living together. And it was during this time, she claims, he forced himself on her for sex, and she got pregnant. The daughter is now 4 years old. That brings us up to today. So, Sade, was your daughter taken away from you?
Yes, my daughter was taken away from me.
When was your daughter taken away and why?
My daughter was taken away from me strategically the first time a year ago. During that time, there was no reasoning. I refused to have sex with Jason because I don't believe in sex out of the marital status.
But you were having sex outside of the marital status before she was born. You had other sex with him, right?
Yes, but it was not out of my own free will.
So you're saying you were living with this guy and never had consensual sex with him? Or you did say you were having some consensual sex earlier I'm not trying to trick you. I'm really trying to hear the story,
But
John.
they didn't take your child because you refused to have sex with this person out of wedlock. So why was your child taken away from you? That's why you're calling today.
Yes, he hired a legal team to process our separation.
Right.
He stated that the legal team was to represent us both in the matter, and
It's impossible. He was trying to get when he went to a lawyer for your separation. I think he was trying to get visitation, wasn't he?
he was trying to take my child and all of her rights and my rights away from me.
Right. They were trying to establish parental responsibility.
So the dad wanted, this biological dad wanted full custody.
Yes.
And a judge granted that, right?
Why did he not want you to be the mother?
If he cannot possess a woman, he does not want anything to do with her.
Okay, Sade, but the law, who took the child away from you, by the way? Was it social services?
No, he just told me that I was not welcome to live at home with my child anymore, that I needed to go immediately and get a job. And while I was away working a night shift at the hospital one night, he took her away from me. And
did he move away?
I never saw her after that.
How long ago was that?
That was about a year ago, was the first time that he first took her away from me.
Where did he take her?
I am not aware of where he took her.
Did a judge give him parental responsibility? Did a judge grant him custody of your daughter?
Later, after this incident, yes, a judge granted him and I 50-50
No, not him and you, but
they said 50-50.
Okay.
She said 50-50. So after he took your daughter away, you went to court. Did you have an attorney?
I did not have an attorney. We did go to court, and I was not represented because he is very familiar with how the legal system is run.
Okay, Sade, rather than keep talking about what he did, I need to know what you did. When you went to court without an attorney, did you argue for yourself? Did the judge listen to you?
I was very fearful because what they were saying I had done was criminal and not something that I even have the capacity.
What did they claim you? What did he claim you did? What? Tell me what the charge was.
They claimed 35 false allegations, including the domestic violence from me to my child.
Okay, so child abuse is what you're saying.
Child abuse, child neglect, and child molestation.
Okay, child abuse, neglect, and molestation. That's pretty serious. And let me ask you something. The court sided with him. Did they find you guilty? Do you know?
Everything was completely unfounded with zero scientific basis.
I understand. What I'm asking you is this. What was the outcome of that trial? Were you found guilty?
She was never charged.
I was not found guilty, but he was awarded 100% custody.
Right.
Okay, got it.
So initially the judge gave you 50-50, but ultimately the judge changed that and went to 100% parental responsibility for the dad.
The man took her to court for these allegations.
Okay. I'm good. How can we help you today?
Yeah,
I mean, that's really what this is all about.
What do you want? I mean, have you been fighting this for a year?
Yes, I've been fighting this for 2 years actually, because when he met me, he said, I want to protect and provide for you. I was living alone, and
he was just trying to get in your pants. So I mean, what do we do now?
What do you mean by that? No, what I'm saying is he wanted custody. Were you refusing? Well, first of all, what's really muddying all these waters? You guys were living together. When did you stop living together?
We stopped living together multiple times, but he continued to show up at my place of residency. and request that I move back in with him every time, including after I was impregnated and gave birth.
Okay, but I mean, the answer to your question today is that you're going to have an attorney on your side to petition the court to reallocate parental responsibility, to give you some right to see and participate in your daughter's upbringing.
You
it's
have
as simple
no
as
right
that.
now. You have no rights right now, according to the court. Did they take all your parental rights away?
No, I have the right to FaceTime with her twice a week. And when this call occurs, Jason strategically puts me on a green screen and only shows his face, which is very traumatic for me, regardless of the fact that the court order states that we must have a proclamator present during these calls. I have not seen or heard my daughter's voice in over 6 months, regardless of the court orders, regardless of the evaluations which I have
Wait
had.
a second. That can't be simply the case, because if he's not complying with the court order, you have the right to go back to the court and present evidence that he's not in compliance and get a contempt citation against him.
Yeah, but she'd have to have an attorney to do that. She doesn't know how to do that.
Okay.
I mean, John, you make it sound like all she has to do is go to the court and it's going to be done.
He said she's got to get an attorney.
I did say she's got to get an attorney, but there are people that will help her, and there are guardian ad litems for the child. And if the child is in a you can always look. There are thousands of people that go into court pro se, meaning without representation, on child custody issues. The courts deal with that all the time.
Sade, are you working right now? Do you have a job?
I'm not working right now. I do not have a job. I'm not employed, and I have many resources. I have just received funding and sponsorship for legal representation.
Good. That's really good.
You're going to have to get a lawyer there where the kid is,
sure.
right?
Where is the child now? What state?
My child is located in Maryland.
That's where your jurisdiction's going to be.
So the father took her to Maryland?
Yes.
Why Maryland? Was he connected in Maryland somehow?
Yes, his mother lives in Maryland, and that's where he first began practicing as a dentist.
Okay. So, but he was granted 100% custody, right? He did this legally.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
can I ask you a question, Tom? Sade, are you disabled, or is that the reason you're not working? Are you able to care for a child physically?
Yes, 100%. She will need a lot of therapy, though.
Why are you not working? Are you looking for a job?
I am a student of medicine.
What the hell's that mean?
Oh, so you're going to school, correct?
Yes, at CU Denver.
Okay. You do know, Sade, you're going to have to find an attorney in Maryland to fight this. Or would it come back here? Would it be in Maryland or here?
Yes. The case is still open and ongoing in Colorado because I have attempted to file many motions.
It's still open.
And transparently,
the court still has
communicate
jurisdiction
to the
over
magistrate and the judges. Unfortunately, we've faced many different judges, many different magistrates in this case, and no matter what I say to her, no matter what I show to her, unfortunately, I've made many mistakes in my filing motion, and so I've had to refile many times.
But you have the ability to get an attorney now, right?
Now, yes, I do, and I believe
you should
I have
call
a few
Bonnie
consultations
Shields
this week.
Do you think Bonnie can handle something like this?
Of course, Bonnie could handle something like this.
Okay, we do have a recommendation if you want to call somebody.
Yes, I would be honored.
Okay. Kachina, hold on 1 second, Sade. Can you give her Bonnie Shields' phone number, please? This is
maybe we get Bonnie on.
Yeah, let's try to get Bonnie on, too. I want to go to Teresa and Dimitri coming up. Teresa, if you could just hang there. Dimitri wants to talk about this update on a very interesting call we had last week. So stay tuned for that.
I'm not buying any of that crap.
I'm having a hard time buying any of it as well.
Well, I mean, I think she's giving her impression of what went on.
What do you think
You're
of
up, you're up.
chances of...
Hold on, guys. U.S. mortgages right now can get you a 5-year fixed rate mortgage at 4.99% or below. That's, by the way, 6.04 APR, as it turns out. And what you do with this loan, you can get through these times of uncertainty and refi out of it anytime you want. But it gives you 5 years at this incredibly low rate, 4.99% or below. That comes from U.S. Mortgages and my friend David Szymanski and his team, who are continually shopping the mortgage marketplace to find you the best deal. By the way, once you're a client, once you're a customer, you get the lowest rate for life program, which means anytime rates go down by even 0.5%, you get refinanced with no more appraisals, no lender fees, and it's free of charge. And you can do it as many times as rates go down. That's U.S. Mortgages. You can find them at usmloan.com, usmloan.com, or 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE. You know, a lot of people are looking for ways to invest money, and some people want to be landlords. You know, it's not a good idea to be a landlord right now in Colorado, I'll tell you that. It's a pain. There are many markets, though, where being a landlord is strong. The equity is strong. The houses go up in value. The rents are strong. The local economy is strong. Vestera Turnkey has made it their job to research markets around the country to help you become a landlord. They take you through the whole process, finding the home, buying the home, managing the rental, getting the rents, getting all of that together. They hold your hand through the whole process. It's called VesteraTurnkey.com. Find out more about becoming a landlord at 303-888-3788, 303-888-3788.
Wow. She sounds exactly like this gal. I could tell you guys a story that you just would not believe about this little Iranian gal that ended up going missing and is presumed to be not with us anymore back in like 2007 or something. But she sounds exactly like that lady. I can't.
You mean just the way she speaks?
Yeah, exactly. That was the person that I was thinking of. And that's totally unrelated, but it's like she sounds exactly like her.
And she keeps
accent
claiming it was not consensual sex. She thinks that'll give her a leg up in the negotiation.
This is the kind of crap that she thinks is of legal significance in courts and stuff, and going in, or he thought he should be able to control me, and the magistrates are like, yeah, whatever. I'm here for the best interest of the child and nothing else. I don't care whether you had the moral.
Drops of blood were discovered.
Yeah, and it was later allegedly determined to be menstrual blood, but they do. I could tell you wouldn't believe the story, but we're just waiting for her to be found one day in an old gold mine or whatever. But anyway, it's just the kind of stuff that people roll into court and think is legally significant, and it is not. Nobody cares that whether it was consensual or boyfriend at one time or not boyfriend, or I would never do that. My morals don't allow me. I don't care about that. You two represent the parents of this kid. We are here to talk about what's in the best interest of the child, and you focusing all of your energy on this morality issue of whether or not it was consensual in the beginning,
or if he was promised to take care of you.
Yeah, and if he just wants to control you, and it's like domestic violence against a kid, that's impossible. It's a legal impossibility. You can't have domestic violence against your child. You have to have an intimate relationship with that person. That's just part of the legal definition of domestic violence. So it's like there's just so many issues to work out here.
I think she meant child abuse, but look at that poll, man. That'll tell you right there what most people think. That's crazy.
What do you think the chances of going to medical school are?
She says she's in medical.
No, she's not.
She's pre-med.
She's pre-med and some like UCD crap. She's not.
You'll have it done right, and we'll do it right again. Boy, they've been advertising forever.
With no complaints.
They did a great job on my bathroom many years ago.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Renew Home Innovations will get you the cheapest, and I mean the best deal, cheapest, the lowest price guaranteed for a furnace replacement. That is the lowest price guaranteed. RenewHomeInnovations.com. So if you're told you need a furnace, definitely get a bid from them and put them to the test. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000, 904-2000. So, I have to go to Bonnie Shields. She's on right now, an attorney at law who does family law. And Bonnie, this is, I was talking to John Fuller off the air. We were discussing this. So many times when you get into child custody, there are charges back and forth. Going right back to when she got pregnant, she was claiming the sex wasn't consensual and that she was raped and that now he took the child. But here's the bottom line as far as the courts know. As far as the courts know, she's an unfit mother because they took the child away for neglect and abuse, and he got 100% custody. Now, she claims all kinds of stuff before that we really I have nothing to do with what's going on today. What's going on today is he took her out of state. He's living in Maryland. The case is still opened in Colorado, but he got 100% custody. And the only thing she's entitled to by the court order, she said, are 2 FaceTime phone calls per week, which he is not complying with. He's not letting the daughter FaceTime. So what do you do when you have a situation like this? And Sade said she doesn't believe it's fair, it's just, it's right, and she wants the courts to take another look at it. How do you get that done when he's in Maryland?
Well, if the case is still open here,
yes,
she could try to modify it, but when he gets word that she's trying to modify it, if the kid's been living in Maryland at least 6 months, he's going to try to get the case moved to Maryland. And at least the case regarding parenting time, that's probably going to get moved because Maryland would then have jurisdiction normally after a child's been there 6 months. So I don't know how long has he been there?
How long, Sade, has he been in Maryland?
This is precisely his strategic approach. He's been in Maryland for about 4 months and has already begun filing in the state of Maryland. They have dismissed his case on a no.
What is that? I don't know what you just said.
She hasn't been there long enough, probably.
Okay, so he's trying to get it moved to Maryland. Is that right, Sade?
Correct.
And that would happen in 2 months, Bonnie? 2 more months?
If you're going to do something, do it now because Colorado has jurisdiction now. And if they're in the middle of things, when that 6 months comes up, generally, the judges would get together on the telephone and decide who's going to take jurisdiction right now. And if you've got a matter that's already on, in process in Colorado, I would think that it may say here at least until that matter is concluded.
Hey, Bonnie,
I can't promise that, but
Bonnie, if we got you a case number, could you look at that? She finally has resources to hire an attorney. She was trying to do this on her own, but now she has resources. If you look at the case, can you see if just give a blush of what's going to happen? Will it stay here? Will she have to go to Maryland?
I don't know if I could see that, but I could see what's happened. Something really huge has happened because this almost never happens where a parent has no parenting time. I'm guessing Department of Human Services was involved. Is that right?
Sade, did the Department of Human Services get involved?
Yes, and I have complied with all orders necessary with the Department of Human Services at all levels, and they have not found evidence that is strong enough or scientifically based to support their alleged claims.
And you say scientifically based, you're talking about specifically the molestation claims?
All of their claims. There have been absolutely no blood tests or brain mapping evidence, proof-based, not just hearsay, to provide.
Then what did the courts use for their basis? If they had no evidence, why did they take away all of your parenting rights?
In the United States, you may pay for whatever service you desire. You may hire a legal team and formulate chaos if you desire to formulate chaos and hatred.
Sade, you're saying because he had money and means, he was able to hire an attorney to get this done, but they still have to have evidence. You know, there must have been some evidence of some of this stuff in order for your parenting rights to be taken away. They didn't.
It would take something huge, Tom, huge, for this to happen.
Really, and especially to let him take the baby out of state as well. So, you see, what we're saying, Sade, is that no matter what you think, in your opinion, the courts do not take this stuff lightly, that there would have had to have been some evidence for them to do what they did. And you're claiming there was no evidence whatsoever, none. Is that what you're claiming?
Yes.
What exactly did he allege that you did?
Molested and abused and also neglected.
Yeah, but I'm saying like what? Like punched the child?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Are they saying that you beat the child?
They said 35 plus false allegations. Him and his mother coerced a story together, and like this family has a history of taking their own family to court.
Well, that doesn't matter. None of that matters. All of the stuff outside of this case does not matter.
Do you want to give the case number off air so we can give it to Bonnie so she can look at it and then come back with some better advice?
Yes, I would.
All right. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. Sade's got an uphill battle right here, but she did get a grant somehow for these legal fees. So, anyway.
I'm curious what Bonnie has to say after she pulls the case.
Right. So let's get that case number over to Bonnie. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy D, we're going to take it right after the break, but what I need to know is, this is about the surge. When was this call? I'm trying to find it.
Tom, it came in on Monday, the 1st, and that's when you and I and Bob Logan were at the other studio working the show.
By the way, is this the one with the Surge U rally? She paid $23,000?
Yeah, that's the one. It's some kind of a real estate investment program called Surge U.
All right, hold on, and we'll come back to this. She claims she didn't get his money's worth. We'll talk about that and more coming up. There's a mic on somewhere. There's a mic on somewhere. There's a mic on somewhere. Do you see it? Is your mic on?
5.
Yeah, your mic was on. That's okay. His mic was on. The way I can tell the mic was on, or somebody's mic was on, is we weren't getting a monitor.
Yeah, I just hadn't looked back to turn it on. I didn't say anything, though.
All right. The Art of Granite will give you a price right now on the phone if you call them. But better yet, they guarantee the lowest price and the best deal on countertops. That's theartofgranite.com. And that's whether or not they're natural stone or man-made materials. They do them all. They can come out to your house and template on one day and measure, and then turn around, and 4 weeks later, you have brand new countertops at the best prices on the market. Wholesale on all countertop materials, tear out and haul away is always free. And that's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. The best prices, 303-386-5919. Now, as many of you know, I started Wave 8 Wealth Management to give direct management to your portfolios for investment. That doesn't mean you have to make decisions. We can do them for you, but we do it. We don't send it to some big firm and make middleman fees. Trust me, if you check with your advisor, 98% of the time you will find they're not your advisor. They're working with a bigger firm making a middleman fee, and they don't know anything about your portfolio. We can not only assemble portfolios for you, but back test them and show you in real numbers what that test would have done compared to what you're doing now. We can show you real data. If you want real data and real management, give us a call, 303-771-HELP. I'll be happy to be in on the call if you want. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or wave the number 8, wave8capital.com. That's wave8capital.com. So I have a dentist today.
You had a dentist the last time I was in here.
What's that?
You had a dentist appointment the last time I was in here with your...
That's usually when I come in
here.
Now, here's the deal. I had this other work done, so I forgot about my regular dentist. This is just my regular one. But in between, I had something go bad, and I had to have a root canal and all that shit. I'm glad I had it taken care of. Dental health is so important to your health. And this morning, you know, here's the problem. I had my scans this morning. They put the results up on the portal. I can read the radiology report. I'm not doing it because without my oncologist there to talk to me, if I hear any little thing in there, it's going to scare the living shit out of me. I don't like reading. I don't like results without comment.
It's not like a pregnancy test.
I hate anything like that. Like, even if you're just going in for an MRI or anything, It just doesn't matter. And you know whoever's doing it, they fucking know something. But they won't say a goddamn word.
I know. And I don't even ask anymore. But it's like,
I'll always be like, well, what do you think?
You know,
they don't fucking say shit.
I'm having a CT with contrast, right? What you don't want to hear is, you're listening, you hear, holy shit, look at this. Holy shit. God, that's big. Go get the rest of the team.
Boy, that's special.
They teach us that the second day of medical school. Never say oops.
Or don't react, right?
Right. I mean, I always go in and look at my x-rays because I know how to read them. I don't have to wait, but it's always interesting to see what the radiologist says.
I might split here in a little bit. Do you care?
No.
It's like
all the Suzanne could bring that Kona up to the Hyundai dealer.
No, I like all the. I thought I was going to be way late.
Medical reports and stuff, you know. met a pleasant, well-nourished person. What does that mean, Doug?
Countries that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again. Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Well done.
Never mind.
What?
It's in another world.
Yeah, I know. I always wonder why, too. Like, literally, I wonder why.
Yeah, what world is it? I don't want to be part of it.
You may not want to go to that world.
Do you think if you jumped in there for 30 seconds, you would have any clue of what the color red is?
No, I'm convinced, by the way, and I'm serious when I say this, that people would fucking go nuts in my head. They would fucking...
I think we're so different, everybody. Any two humans. It would be so foreign to you, you wouldn't even understand.
To what?
It wouldn't even be like, because you're still trying to
But I'll tell you one
picture
thing.
it in your own way.
I'll tell you one thing that I know I'm different about. I know I am. I am wired totally differently for fun and for enjoyment than most people. I mean, there are so many things that people do that I could give a shit about. I don't fucking care. But there are so many things I do that are the most boring things. I know they are. I mean, I know. But I'm just wired that way. I get turned on by such little things that make my life enjoyable. I go to bed smiling sometimes. It's just stupid what some of the things that make me happy that other people would be bored to death.
Of course.
Or other things people do that they go on these excursions and shit that I'm thinking, oh, fuck, oh, God, no. You're right. We're so different on what makes us happy. What's really bad is when you don't realize that and you try to live other people's happiness.
Right.
Yes.
Because, well, they must be doing something.
Right. No, you're right.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring up Deputy Dimitri. We appreciate you being here. And D, we have Teresa, and Teresa paid $23,000. Here's the bottom line. She paid $23,000 for an educational course. She said wasn't worth the money. She didn't like it. She was pissed off and wanted her money back. And she said something about it being faith-based, right? I remember something about that. And it was a surge rally. And it was about real estate. But we asked you to look into it, D. What did you find?
Well, I did look into it, and it is a faith-based, kind of a very religious organization that combines these, very extravagant church-like services like these rallies along with, recruitment efforts. And it's still not very clear to me what exactly they do, but it seems to have something to do with real estate investment training. Now, Teresa paid a little over $23,000 for it just a few weeks ago. And the thing that really concerned me the most is that she said she went into debt to do it.
Well, they got her hooked up, she said, on some credit cards. And they actually found her some credit cards. And by the way, we're not saying, here's what it says if you look it up online. Surge you faith-based education to multiply your income. That's really what they have a website, surgeu.com. And as I remember, what we were going to do, D, is just say, look, the woman can't she just get her money back? She hasn't used the system. Can she just get her money back?
Yeah, so I spoke with him. I actually spoke with a guy I think he's their national sales manager, and he seemed to be pretty concerned with her concerns over this matter. And he said he's going to look into it and kind of evaluate her needs and their refund policy. And he said that he's going to get in touch with Teresa. So my understanding is he did get in touch with Teresa, and I believe that Teresa is on the other line.
What's going on, Teresa? What can we hear from you on this? Teresa? Oh, it's me. It's my fault. No, she's up. She's up. Teresa, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Go ahead, Teresa.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. You guys are amazing. I tried to communicate with this guy. And he did talk to me, but then he would ghost me. So twice he had ghosted me, and I had texted him and called him, and he wasn't responding to me. So whatever Dimitri did, or whatever he said to him, this guy basically just called me and said, hey, what do we need to do? And I was like, yeah, you were supposed to send me a check already that I haven't received. They were supposed to send me another contract to sign. I don't know what that contract was going to say. But so they're basically just complying and doing that. So thank you.
Now you haven't gotten your money back yet, right?
No, they say they're sending a check.
Okay, well, let's wait then. That's good. And again, Teresa, like I said, I think you leaped before you thought on this thing. You were hoping to, make some money on it, and you were really worked up. And as I'm reading about this, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but as I'm reading about this, and Deputy D touched on it a bit, they do have rallies. I mean, they're kind of like almost like a faith rally, and it's about increasing income. And they do a lot. They hire a lot of people, a lot of celebrities and people to speak at these things, and they try to get you to sign up for these courses. Basically, they have a real estate course, a trade course, a life course. They have a business surge impact class. They have all kinds of classes, all kinds. And it's amazing how many classes they offer. And they say they're faith-fueled experiences that move you forward. Again, all we know is that you had buyer's remorse. You didn't really experience them one way or another, right? I want to make that clear. It's not like you took this course and were disappointed with it. You just decided you made a mistake. Is that right?
Well, I was actually sick when I went to the first event. And I had just gotten out of the ER, so I was barely there. I was able to take some notes, but not very much. I was just half asleep. So I was sick already. Basically, I just got sick enough that I realized I need to move from here. So I could not take part in the classes because they are here, not where I'm going to. I'm going to Tennessee. Mm-hmm. I'm in Colorado. So they've tried to schedule me for classes here in Colorado, but I'm literally leaving on Saturday to get out of here.
Okay. All right. Well,
there's a combination. It's a combination. Yes.
And Tom, at no point in my research did I find any evidence or even allegations of wrongdoing on the part of Serge U. It just seems like it wasn't the right thing for Teresa at this particular point in time.
Right.
And I really do want to give them props for being so flexible and committing to refunding Teresa's purchase price. So
yeah, and
I think that they just did a great job of it.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And I want to read what it says. If you look at About, it says, "We believe your business, investments, and influence can do more than build wealth. They can advance the kingdom of God. We equip purpose-driven believers with biblical wisdom and practical strategies to grow with integrity, lead with experience or with excellence, and make a lasting impact." Again, they're all that's a lofty effort. And again, I'm not saying one way or another. I have zero knowledge of them, by the way, zero knowledge. Mm-hmm. But it is something that is a lot of people are apparently pleased with. And again, Teresa had some buyer's remorse on it. Thank you very much, Deputy D. We appreciate it. Jim's got a question on unemployment. Let's see. Jim, what is your question on unemployment?
Yeah. So my son was working for someone for about a year and then took another job, better pay, et cetera, and he got laid off like within 3 months. So he went to get unemployment because couldn't find work.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you heard the story a million times. And all they did was put him off. They don't answer the phone.
Who? Are you talking about the unemployment office?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I hear the absolute opposite of what you're saying.
What do you mean they put them off? I don't understand. They put them off. They don't care about them. I mean, it's not like they make money
file.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to talk to anybody to file.
Well, he filed, and then the bottom line is here, they got back to him, told him he didn't qualify.
Oh, okay.
Because he left his other job for this job he got laid off on. And they went back to the previous employer for the job he got laid off on, and they for whatever reason, because he didn't get laid off or anything, he quit that job for a better job, and they can't collect unemployment. And I said, something's wrong here.
Well, so let me get this straight. He would have gotten unemployment if he was laid off or fired, but he quit his previous job and
Right.
to get this new job, right?
Right.
But he was, and at the new job, did he quit or was he laid off on the new job?
He was laid off on the new job.
Okay, got it. So here's what they do. They go back to the laying off part. And that's you qualify if you're laid off. However, because he hadn't worked there long enough, he didn't qualify. And he wouldn't have qualified at his old job either if he left. He would only qualify if he was laid off. Was he going to be laid off at his old job?
No.
Okay. See, so he made a bad choice. I understand what you're saying. Well, here's what they're saying. They don't want to count that job he had before this one because that job did nothing wrong. They're not going to charge their unemployment insurance because that job has a job for him and he quit. So he doesn't qualify under that particular job. They go back to you have to have a certain number of months of employment to qualify.
Well, here's what I'm reading about it, though, so I'm not understanding what's going on.
You have to have a certain number of months for unemployment.
Well, okay, how long did he work at the... How long did he work...
Makes sense from what we've understood.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mark.
How long did he work at the old company?
About 9 months, I think it was.
And then how about before that?
Prior to that... I'm not sure. Maybe a year.
But Mark, but if you quit any previous jobs,
voluntarily leaving a job typically disqualifies you from benefits based on the separation.
Right.
However, if you leave a job for a different
Mark,
offer,
we're going to be into the next
this is
hour.
excused.
Hold on. I'm not sure I understand that. We'll come back to it. I'm not sure I understand what you just said. If you leave for a better job, that's acceptable?
That's what it'll say.
Really?
You won't be penalized for it when claiming the benefit after you got laid off.
Okay. Really? Okay. So if he shows he quit for a better job,
according to this, he should get the full award of benefits from not only that job that laid him off, whatever that looks like.
The previous one.
And the previous one.
Because the previous one, he left
to take a better job.
Okay. That's interesting. Are we going to be into the outdoors?
Helping, decorating, or treating yourself. It's Lowe's December deal drops for the win. Get up to 50%.
Let me just get this U.S. mortgages.
Plus, get up to 40% off select tools and accessories. Shop Lowe's December deal drops today. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey Tom, did you know the thing about Cars for Kids?
Yeah, what about it?
That it's for a Jewish Orthodox child program.
I didn't know that. I mean,
but it gives you the impression that it's a generalized kids charity.
Okay, U.S. Mortgages can help you find great loans. They're mortgage brokers, and they encourage you to shop around, but definitely put U.S. Mortgages on the list. My friend David Shemansky and his team have put together some great loans for people, and right now they have a 4.99% or below 5-year fixed rate. Think about that. A 5-year fixed rate right now for 4.99% or even below, and that's 6.04 APR. So if you can find something like that, more power to you, but they have it right now waiting for you to get through these choppy times, and you can refi out of it at any time. In fact, once you're a customer of U.S. Mortgages, you get into the lowest rate for life program, which means if rates go down even by 0.5%, they refi you with no lending fees, no appraisals, no cost to you. 303 low rate. Get in on that 5-year fix now. 303 low rate. Or you can even get an equity loan. USM Loan You know, they must have changed. Must see my results are in. I don't want to fucking look at the results.
Oh, that's good if they're in. Wouldn't the doctor... They're saying they emailed you they're in.
Yeah.
Well, then they're good.
Well, that doesn't... No.
I'm telling you, any kind of blood work or anything I've ever had in my entire life, if anything's out, they call you before your results are even... You can even look at them. I guess that could be...
This place doesn't, man. I'm telling you.
It's like bar exam results, you know. They send them to your... my wife got hers in the email, and she wouldn't look at them. She made me look at her damn results.
The state of Colorado has known in their agencies, it's a known fact that they want everyone to be on electric for everything.
Are you really not going to look at your results?
It'll...
Email them to us. We'll look at them real quick.
I have them right here, and if they say a tumor, and Jesus Christ, it's going to just knock the shit out of me. They're in. I mean,
I'm just shocked. Like if there was something, the doctor's not calling you. I'm just amazed by that.
Well, I don't know. There's something. I didn't say there was.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. You're saying they would just give them to you. I don't. I just never heard of that in any circumstance.
I had an MRI not too long ago, and by the time I walked to the front counter, they had the report ready. They must do those things via AI or something to have them
that fast.
Stuff. I mean, it was a long report because there was a lot of stuff on it.
I don't think it's AI. I think, you know, the radiologist is sitting at home on his computer looking at it and typing it as he's looking at it.
Kaiser, they blood tests, like I just went in for my normal physical of everything. They've got it down to the point where I can get home in the blood tester in my phone. Yeah. But like if cholesterol, if anything's outside of the norm, then they won't even post it until a doctor looks at it. Then it's up there.
Right. I don't know, Doc, because, man...
I would think AI can look at that shit.
Multiple slides and came up with some really detailed stuff. I mean, they would have had to have just been, and they're so hard to read to get what they got out of those.
I just had those fucking scans this morning. The results are in.
Yeah, that's good.
No evidence of any recurrence.
There you go.
That's all you need, the bottom line. The rest of the report doesn't matter.
Now, in 3 months, you're going to want those quick results again.
You're going to be like, click, click.
Be like last time, it was only 2 hours.
Refresh.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay, Jim, the way Mark is reading this and the way I just looked at it, he should be eligible if he left the previous job for a better job.
And the other qualifications are $2,500 in the last 3 or 4 quarters total pay.
So I don't understand why they're saying he's ineligible. He quit his previous job to get a better job, right?
And never went on unemployment, right?
And he didn't go on unemployment. He just quit and went to a brand new job and was laid off after 3 months.
That's right.
Well, something's wrong.
Yeah, you just got to appeal it.
I mean, according to the rules themselves, as long as he had enough work history and he didn't leave and he left the job for a good reason, which is to get a better job, then he should be covered. And don't we still have that contact there? Do we still have a contact? Yes, we do. Hold on.
We know the main dude.
Yeah, we got the main dude there. Hang on.
All right. I'm going to split. Congrats, brother.
72-year-old man.
That's you. You are 72.
I know. Fuck. Isn't that weird?
It's weird you never felt. I don't care how old you are. You never feel your age after 50. I feel like I'm 35.
See, though, I don't like the idea they put it in my inbox, though.
No, but
you're saying that
you really got to ask.
You're
him.
saying if it was metastasized,
The doctor would fucking call you.
You think so?
I'm almost 100% positive.
Guaranteed.
I can't imagine it any other way. People would have heart attacks. I mean, what the fuck would you do? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I never heard of any. I mean, Doc, I've never heard of bad results not being conveyed
by your doctor.
To the person, yeah.
Right.
John, I'm leaving, brother. I'm going to go buy a car.
All right, man. Have fun.
If he's on, if he is a little late, just start the hour. My dad, he will be late. But. Oh, let's see here. So what do you do? Think about this. This. So you bomb a boat with drug dealers, and 2 of them, I guess, are now in the water because the boat sank, or they're holding on to shit or whatever. So you let them die in the ocean, or do you just bomb them again? I mean, what? I don't even understand the controversy.
I think the rule. I mean, there's a lot of that whole shit that's really in the gray area, but. According to like the Geneva Convention and all that stuff, once they've been disabled, they're enemy combatants. Their status changes, and they're supposed to go rescue them and take them into custody. Okay,
I got you.
You can't just keep shooting them like target practice out there.
I see what you're saying.
So,
but probably what they're going to say is the boat. They're basically going to say they were. I don't care what the real thing is. I'm saying they're going to say they were still a threat.
The only thing they can really say is they didn't really know. I mean, it's sketch. It's very sketch. Somebody's head's going to roll on that before it's all said and done. I promise you.
Well, maybe in 3 years.
No, not 3 years. That was where they crossed the line, and there's some shit brewing up on it. Bad. Interesting. So,
all right, brother.
Have a good
Take it easy, Mark. See you tomorrow.
Well, 3 more months and get another one.
Great news, man. Congratulations.
I got to go through this for like how long? Well, Doc, I never came back to you, brother. Right? So
you're in good shape.
I just got to keep. It's only been, it's not like it's been a long time, right? But they do this like clockwork, though. If you think about it, there's a good. I mean, when this happens to you, it's good. In other words, you're forced to be more vigilant than anyone else.
Right.
I mean,
you said it was a PET scan. Did they inject you with a bunch of sugar and stuff?
Yeah.
Glucose.
It was the
compound?
cancer screening.
Yeah.
The full thing.
Amazing technology. It's crazy stuff.
They do. It scares me to even talk about it, but they do lungs and everything because it could come back anywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The chances, they keep telling me, the chances of mine coming back are so much less than somebody else because it never spread to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, because you had
it was never in my lymph nodes.
Right.
See, when it's in your lymph nodes and shit, and they go after it with chemo,
it's already circulating everywhere.
It's already spread, but you had it. It was contained. The margins were clear.
Right.
That's the biggest thing. If the margins are clear, it puts you in a totally different category.
Yeah.
And no lymph nodes.
No, that's the.
Well, it would be unusual to have the margins clear and have lymph node involvement.
Right.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
In other words, step 1 would have been the margins, and then would be infiltration into the
If the margins aren't clear, that means there's a potential spread.
Also, know only certain percentage of people who can qualify for the Whipple. They don't even give you the Whipple if it's too far spread.
Yeah.
They won't.
Well, why bother? It's a really invasive surgery. If the forces out of the barn,
exactly,
burning the barn down doesn't really.
They just do
fix
chemo,
it.
chemo,
Yeah.
and then hope for the best. But I'll tell you, John, I swear to God, I never in a million fucking years ever would think there was no cancer in my family anywhere. And not only did I get cancer, I got the fucking Mac Daddy of cancers. And then I got through it.
But you got your get out of jail free pass.
Yeah, but your cancer was unique in that it's not one that can be attributable to some lifestyle choice, you know? So that's the weird thing. Like my dad had cancer, but he smoked like a chimney for X number of years. You
And it
know?
manifested as lung cancer or as pancreatic?
Lung cancer.
Yeah.
So it was no surprise to anybody when that diagnosis came down the pipe, you know. The only question was, how did it go so long without it before, you know? So, but
And there are people who live to 95 smoking 3 packs a day.
I wish
that
I
never
could be
get
one
cancer.
of them, you know. Smoke and drink like a fish and never have any health consequences, you know. You always see people that are like that.
Yeah, it's
like,
good.
how the hell?
Good genes.
I guess.
And nobody in my family has had heart issues. Even my uncles and aunts and parents.
Right.
But a couple of them have had cancer.
No heart disease, no cancer.
No, in my family?
In mine.
Oh, yeah, we've had cancer in the family. I've already had prostate and liver cancer. So I'm just staying on top of it. So my heart is good.
There you go. Oh, your girl is back.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. Fighting for you, 45 years in Denver, on the air, recovering millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. And what's on your mind? Listen, don't let people take advantage of you. Don't let them lie to you, rip you off. Don't let them just put you off. That's the main thing. Many times they put you off and delay it because the farther you get away from the problem, the harder it is for you to solve it. So the question here is not whether you should call or not. You should right away. 303-MARTINO. You can call 24/7. 303-627-8466. And by the way, this hour brought to you by WaterPros.net. You get the best water systems, bar none, for the lowest prices from WaterPros. Paul the Waterman, 303-862-5554. I love their specials right now. They have this whole house filter for $21.95. Whole house filter right on your main water supply. It's just unbelievable. Or drinking water at the kitchen sink for $1,200. And that's 303-862-5554. Okay, listen. Sade, do we have Bonnie back? Are we going to get Bonnie back on this?
I'm working on it. She reviewed the case number.
She did review the case. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. And, of course, we'll go back. Okay, go ahead. What do you got going on, Doc? Deputy Doc's with us, and we got John Fuller from Fuller Law, personal injury attorney. Go ahead.
Mary was concerned that a doctor gave her
too much. No, it wasn't a guy. It was a guy, I think. It was calcium, right?
Somebody gave her. I thought it was a doctor that gave her.
She called about her husband.
Right.
She said that they gave her husband a prescription, not a prescription, but orders to take 3,400 milligrams of calcium per day.
Correct.
And she said it landed him in the hospital. She wanted to know, isn't that malpractice?
Well, here's the thing. You said it takes a lot of money to do a malpractice case, which is true. But John will back me up on this, I hope, that if she sends a letter to the medical board, they will issue to the doctor what's called a 30-day letter. He has 30 days to reply to her complaint. And almost automatically, the insurance attorneys will review that letter to make sure that it's appropriate for the complaint. Many times, if it's Copic, they will just pay for the hospital bill.
Well, when you say Copic, just start talking.
Copic is the insurance carrier for about 90-something% of doctors in Colorado. So if they review it and find that there was some kind of negligence, they won't pay for pain and suffering, but very often they will offer to just make the hospital and doctor bills go away. So I would suggest to Mary, write a letter to the board and see what happens. You have nothing to lose.
Do our boards really take complaints seriously?
The Colorado Medical Board, I've had letters of things you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, well, being in maternity, that's a...
No, but I'm talking about ridiculous things like telling a patient she had the cyst the size of a Volkswagen, or I got called out once because there's a test that you have to give to somebody who's had a certain kind of pregnancy. The kid was 15 years old, and she needed this blood test to make sure that the cancer hadn't spread to her lungs. Her mother wouldn't do it. I tried certified letter. I called at work. She called the board because I was, quote, harassing her about her daughter.
Oh, my goodness. And you were just trying to save her life.
Right. If the cancer spread to her lungs, you can't ignore that.
All right. Now, Bonnie Shields.
The board is attentive.
Bonnie Shields is an attorney at law, family law. Been with us for years on referralist.com. She's been on the show. And anyway, we have a case where Sade says, she had a toxic relationship basically with a guy. That's all you can call it, a toxic relationship. And as a result, she got pregnant. And that was 4 years ago. She got pregnant. She had a baby. Recently, a year ago, the guy took the baby away in court by alleging abuse, neglect, and all kinds of bad stuff. I mean, like molestation. Anyway, he was granted 100% custody. Sade said they had absolutely no evidence whatsoever, and it's just because he could afford a good legal team that this happened. And we said, we need to look into this case further. So we asked Bonnie Shields if we got the case number, could she look at the case? And let's talk about it. Bonnie.
Yes.
What did you find out about the case?
Well, this losing the custody didn't just happen. In July of last year, 2024, the father filed a motion to restrict parenting time because of allegations he was making against mom and things that he's seen her do, that sort of thing.
Right.
And the court did restrict her time at that time, and she's been restricted actually since then. I didn't have time to read some of it's sealed and I can't read it, but what I can tell you is that after that happened, there was a child family investigator appointed, which is a neutral party.
Right.
It goes in and it talks to everybody and tells the court, here's what I think.
Yeah.
And that person didn't find that there'd been any domestic violence on the part of the father, but there had been domestic violence on the part of the mother, and some of the things she even admitted.
And that's domestic violence of her against the guy, right?
Right. And then the child family investigator also found that there had been child abuse on the part of mother.
Really?
So, yes.
Did they say what the evidence was or anything like that? Because she said they didn't have any evidence.
Well, I do a lot of CFI work, and there's got to be something. And you're right. There's rarely a photograph or a confession or something, but you add one and one together, and usually you come up with two. And I don't know what evidence she had. Those reports are sealed.
Okay, I see.
I can't read what the CFI said, but anyway, the CFI found that there had been child abuse. And And so,
and that would be big enough. That would be a big enough reason to take away her parental rights.
yeah, the allegations were pretty serious. And then the court ordered the mom, in this case, your caller,
Yeah, Sade.
have a psychological examination done earlier in 2025, I think, and ordered a specific person to do it and what kind of evaluation it needed to be, and said, hey, if mom has moved or if that person's not available, then they set parameters. And so your caller it looks like they haven't complied with that. They went, and they were also supposed to, they wanted to use somebody different, get approval from the other side, but they didn't. She didn't. She just went and had somebody do it that, it looks like maybe that person didn't have the expertise that was supposed to happen. Doesn't look like maybe it was done properly. That's not what the court was looking for. So, and your caller has already filed a motion to modify, because I could see that the other side filed a response to it on November 11th. So
okay.
Your caller filed on 10/28 to modify the parenting time. She filed a few things. And so that motion to modify, the judge hasn't made any rule on it. Usually on motions to modify, usually the route is they make you go to mediation and then they have a hearing if you didn't resolve it. In this case, some of her things have just been flat out turned down because she's not following procedure correctly.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the judge will do that, rule on it or what. I can tell you that one of the judges that's been involved, I'm not familiar with, and another one is really highly respected. One of the ones that's been on the case. I didn't look to see if who did what order. I didn't have time to do that. But, so also the judge when the judge gave an order recently saying that the father could move out of state, they ordered him within 90 days to have this case moved.
Oh, they did. So they don't want it. They don't want it here.
They want it where the kid is.
So what will happen to her motion to modify?
I don't know, because it hasn't been moved yet. There would be some indication in here, I would think.
Okay.
And I was looking to see if I could find that, but yeah.
So right now, she has a motion to modify, but he was ordered to change venue. So what if they're going to crisscross, it seems like. It sounds like, I'll bet you Colorado won't hear the motion to modify because he's moved out of state.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the other state doesn't have jurisdiction yet, so I don't know if Colorado would deal with it. I think there's a chance they may just dismiss it because she didn't follow procedure. You have to confer with the other side before you file a motion, and she's been told this many, many times. So it's a case of where it sounds like the judge is maybe no longer going to just excuse it because she's a pro se party, because now she's on notice. You can't file a motion unless you confer, and she did it again.
Okay, gotcha.
So
we appreciate this very much, Bonnie. Bonnie Shields, by the way, she's at 303-597. Excuse me, that's John Fuller. Bonnie, what's your phone number? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
It's 303-798-1927.
798-1927, Bonnie Shields Law. Thank you very much. Now, here's the deal. Sade, I don't know if you heard that, but the courts ordered him to change venue back to where he lives and or where he is living now. So I have a feeling your motion to modify is not going to go anywhere, and you're going to have to wait for Maryland to pick it up and get an attorney out there. That's what it sounds like. So
yes, that's very intense. The orders that were in place for a psychological evaluation, they were not qualified to do the evaluation based on the consultation that I had with the mental health counsel. So I had to confer with another counsel to have the evaluation.
Yeah, but you have to get the approval. You got to get the approval before you just change agencies. if they ordered you to get an evaluation and you just decided to get it from somewhere else, you got to get approval from the court for that. You can't just go ahead and get it anywhere you want.
Which I attempted to do on multiple accounts, but hadn't heard anything back given I am pro se and
Yeah, and Sade, that's going to be the problem. You need to get an attorney, and you need to get one in Maryland pretty quickly. You really do. We did what we could on the case and found out that they did indeed have evidence of abuse according to them. You're just going to have to challenge all of this, and that's right now going to be transferred to Maryland. Tom, I got to take a break, but you have a question about moving a car. Let me ask you, where are you moving? From where to where?
Connecticut to Littleton.
And what kind of car is it? Is it a luxury, beautiful car, or something that can be driven, or do you want something that's trailered?
It's my mom's car. We had to put her in a nursing home. It's a Hyundai Elantra.
Okay.
2013, about 50,000 miles.
Okay. So in other words, you drive transports. Let me just explain this to you, Tom. One of the best ways to transport a car like that is to hire somebody here to just fly out there, pick it up, and drive it back. Car transporting companies, for an older car like that, they can get pretty pricey. You're not going to have it done for less than probably $800, and maybe more. Usually car transporting companies are reserved for cars that need kind of covered storage or stuff like that. Have you looked into any of the ideas of having somebody just fly out and get it, or is one of the relatives driving it back and you fly them back home?
My brother thought about driving it to here and spend a little bit of time here in Colorado. I did talk to Rod, though, with JFR Cars.
Yes.
And I'm just waiting for a return call. I was just wondering if you maybe had more than one
company
in mind.
We do have companies. I do that I personally use. They're not on the referral list. One of the reasons they're not is because they don't really need the work. I mean, to be honest with you, that's one of the things. So I've given out their number so many times. But again, they're usually for better cars. So I'm not sure that they're going to be right. I don't think they're going to be what you want, is what I'm saying. Let me just.
Right.
One is called JS Auto Transport, and that's 755-855-1473. That's JS Auto Transport. That's one of them.
Okay.
The other one is Baja. And Baja Auto Transport is 303-872-3672. But
and Tom, can you repeat the number for JS Auto?
Yeah, I'll do it. We'll do. I got to do it off the air, bro. Okay, just hold on. Permanent LED.
Perfect sense. And about podcasts, how much we do.
Do they care?
Well, obviously he does because he sent the email.
They care.
They don't know.
I don't give a shit if one listener is like, hey, I'm not getting the last 90 seconds of the podcast.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of ticky-tack, if you ask me. It's like, kind of almost wanted to say, do you have any idea how much shit...
Sheridan Auto Tech is the place you want to go for used car checkouts. Yeah, they do those extensively. They also do maintenance and repairs, heavy or light, including electrical, and they're honest. They have value. They have a great facility, plenty of parking. And you know what? Sheridan Auto Tech treats you like family. Even if your car's under warranty, you can go for your regular service anywhere you want, and you'll save a ton of money over what the dealers charge at Sheridan Auto Tech. I couldn't believe the savings. You won't either. And again, they're a full-service shop for everything on your car. 303-455-7242, 455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. Can you give him the number? I
I'm in this.
Give us the number again.
774-855-1473.
Hold on.
774-855-1473. That's JS. JS Auto Transport.
774-855-1473. All right, Tom. So that number for JS Auto Transport is 774-855-1473.
Got any big plans for the holiday?
Not really, no. We never do.
No.
We probably go to Hawaii or something.
Sure.
You gonna go down south?
Yeah. I'm kind of in
Okay.
week on, week off mode right now, so I'll be going back down Saturday.
Well,
and then
they've
back.
actually kind of crossed.
You fly down, I assume, on Southwest? Have they initiated the pick your seat yet?
I just got my first ticket on the new system. I think it starts like February 1st or mid-January, something like that.
Yeah.
So I haven't flown any of them like that yet. They haven't started it.
Be interesting to see what happens.
All right.
Well, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I mean, if you fly Southwest, then do you fly Southwest?
All the time.
So I don't know if you're one of those ones up there in the wheelchair brigade waiting to get on the plane, but there are some abuses of that system that just are ridiculous sometimes. And, you know, especially where I fly in and out of, like over the years, it's been like, you know, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and Tampa, which are,
right.
You know, it's amazing. You have like 10 people get on the plane on a wheelchair, and only one of them needs a wheelchair to get off in Denver. You know, it's like the curative air at 35,000 feet makes them all better, and they can get up and just hop to off the airplane and stuff. And all that's going to come to an end because those people are going to have assigned seats.
Right.
Now, they may still let them board, but they'll be boarding in the seats that they're getting assigned.
Exactly. Then, you know, when I fly, I pay the extra money to get the A1 through 15.
Yeah.
Because I looked on the 737s, there are 2 rows, one on each side, where there's 2 seats or 3 seats, but on the window seat, there's nobody in front of you in the exit row. Have you noticed that?
I don't fly that far back in the plane. I'm like a row 2 kind of guy.
A lot of people do that. The people who want to get up early will take those spots. And so by the time I get on there, I'm just happy with having no seat in front of me. So I stretch out.
So I'm like a row 2 kind of guy because my mission in the world is to get off that plane as rapidly as I can. Because, I mean, in Fort Lauderdale, I used to time it from touchdown to me putting my hands in the ignition of my truck could be done in as little as 12 minutes, you know? Sorry about that. And I mean, I was a champion at getting off that plane and knowing exactly where to cut corners. I could cut through this table and get there. And it's, you know, Tampa is kind of the same way. I can be home in my house within 30 minutes of touchdown. It's that cool of a little airport. But if you're at the back of that plane, it's 20 more minutes to get off of that plane.
Well, the exit row is kind of in the middle. So for me, the comfort of sitting in that seat overrides the need to get off quickly.
Right. But it'll be interesting to see with all the handicap brigade and what they do and where they get dispersed throughout that plane because it is abused.
No question.
There's nothing that they can do about it, you know. Who is the flight or the ticket agent to question, you know, what these people are claiming?
Right.
You know? And I can't tell you the number of people I've seen walk over and sit down in a wheelchair. And you're just like, come on, dude. You know? So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I don't believe that there was this big uproar among the traveling community that was demanding a sign.
Trajan Wealth, K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
You know, this time of year we start thinking about renewal and stuff like that. So I want to just tell you about DenverRegen.com. They do stem cell therapy. Now, we've talked a lot about them in the past for a lot of things, including hormone replacement, testosterone, and that kind of thing. And they also do that weight loss drug, or both of them, tirzepatide and semaglutide, at pennies on the dollar compared to the competitors or to the doctors and pharmacies and all that. So you can go to DenverRegen.com for that. But stem cell therapy is still one of the forefront of what they do for painful joints and tendons. You don't have to live with it. They've done a wonderful job for me. They also did hair replenishment for me, DenverRegen.com. It really worked. I mean, it's amazing. My hair used to be, hold on, John, I got this hat on, but my hair used to be nothing up there, right? I mean, it really did work. Yeah. I'm not saying
coming back in there.
It's not. No, it really did grow back in. I have a hat on. I don't know why. Anyway,
I can wait some of mine.
Your hair is always dark, and now he claims he doesn't color his hair, which is such BS.
That's a lie.
It's such a lie. There's no.
You got like the Giuliani,
it's all
drip
like,
coming down the side of your.
It's all the same color and everything. Listen, people. Well, now's the time. Okay, we had quite a few calls, but now we have open lines. So get your calls in. And here's what I want to hear. I want to hear from a lot of different things. Okay, we talked about a lot of stuff today. First, we have John Fuller in, and I do have a couple texts for him on personal injury, and we'll get to him. John Fuller, Fuller Law, but also we talked about gyms and that kind of thing. And do a lot of people use health clubs and go to gyms or not? Or is that a minority of people? Or do you think most people have a gym or they have stuff at home? First of all, do you work out? That's a good question, especially as we approach the new year. A lot of people sign up for gym memberships. You know, most of them sign up in January. That everyone does it. And then, so you have the new, what do you call them? The resoluters, the people who make the
resolutions.
Yeah, but the resoluters are the people. What do you call people that make resolutions? The resolvers. Right. That's what they are, right? Or the result. Anyway, these people show up at your gym and crowd it for January and maybe February, and then they're gone. That's when you can see that surge, right? What I want to know, though, is if you do use a gym, do you? I think there's something social about it and something that keeps you going, and watching other people work out helps. I mean, it just, when you're around certain behavior, it engenders certain behavior. So that's a good thing, right? But I want to know, truly now, have you encountered the people that sit at machines? And why are you laughing so much? I can't be the only one who's pissed off about this.
You just want validation here.
Well, because am I that much of a curmudgeon that I don't put up with it? If you are working on machines, okay, obviously you wait your turn. But what about the people that sit there in between? Okay, many people do 3 or 4 sets. And a set might be 10 reps, it might be 20 reps, 25 reps. I happen to do reps of 25, and I do 4 of them. I do 100 on every muscle group, and I do the opposite of what most people do. Most people ratchet up, I ratchet down, and there's a reason for that. There's a very good reason for that. When you ratchet down, you keep your muscle at total exertion and get more reps in than you would if you ratcheted up. Let me explain what I mean. If you start at 25 pounds and you do reps, then you go to 50 and do reps, then do 100. As you get higher, on the higher ones, you won't do as many reps before you get to exhaustion. If you start at a heavy weight and do 25, and then go to the next weight down and do 25, and then if you're finding yourself almost at total exhaustion, but then you go 2 weights down or 3 weights down, weight classes, whether it's 5 or 15 or 10 or whatever your increments are, you could theoretically be at only 25 pounds, but still have full muscle exhaustion. See, so it's not the weight that's doing it, it's the reps. And because you've tired your muscles out in the beginning, then you stay in that exhausted period, which is when you build muscle. You stay in that muscle exhaustion period longer as you ratchet down. So I do 25 at a very high rate, then 25 at the next rate down, and then do that. And then by the time I get to my lower rates, I'm doing a lot of reps because it's a lighter weight, but still at exhaustion. or near exhaustion. But here's the point. In between reps, people rest. By the way, resting more than 30 seconds is silly. Resting a minute is fine, but more than that's ridiculous. But what I don't like is when people are working out and they don't rest. They're not resting for 30 seconds. They're reading their phones, their emails, their texts. I've seen them watching YouTube videos, their emails, or they're texting people. And I'm thinking, here I am waiting to get in, and I'll be in there and be out of there. I'll do that very quickly, but I have to wait. Sometimes people in between their sets will wait 5 and 10 minutes. Well, I want you to think about this, and I'm serious. I'm not exaggerating. If you do 4 reps, and in between each rep, like you have 3 periods of rest when you do 4 sets, and in between those 3 periods, if you wait 10 minutes, that's a half hour. That's a half hour of just waiting for that machine, not counting the reps you're doing. So it's just totally inconsiderate. And for some reason, though, people feel once they get on a machine, like they own it. And they read their text, they watch some of them are watching movies, for God's sakes. There's nothing wrong with listening to music and using a phone, but you shouldn't be using it to waste time in between your reps. You should get off the damn machine if you want to play a game on your phone, or if you want to text or check emails or something like that. That's all I'm asking. There's got to be more than me that cares about that. I've heard from a few people on text that say that they notice it and they just try to find another machine. A lot of people do believe, though, once they get on a machine at a gym, they feel like once they get on it, it's theirs until they're done with it. And it's no one's business how long they rest, or it's no one's business what they do in between. They lay claim to the machine until they're done. And I'm of the opinion that's not the way it is, that you have to let others use it in between if you're going to be that long. I don't know. That's just my feeling, and it pisses me off. Okay, there's one other thing, and you would think people would understand this by now. You would think people would understand that when you work out, it's just a little bugaboo I have. Have you ever seen people that they're not even working the muscle group they think they're working? They're not even working it. They're just like, it's just like they sit there.
What do you care?
Well, I don't, because it pisses me. Because people are wasting time. I feel like, get out of here. You're wasting time. Okay. If you did an arm curl the right way, wait, do you think I'm kidding, right? I'm not kidding. If you do an arm curl the right way, your upper arm should be totally stable. You shouldn't be moving at all. And the only thing that moves is from your elbow down to your wrist, and your wrist shouldn't move. It should be one long extension from your elbow to the tip of your fist where you're holding the weight. And then you should curl up without ever moving that upper arm. And then you should never move your back. But I see people, I wish you could see me, the guys on YouTube can, but they're pulling up these weights and they're like leaning back like they're pulling a sack of groceries up or something. They're not They're not working the muscle groups. They're wasting time. Then get off the damn machine is what I'm saying.
Well, then why don't you quit this job and get a job as a trainer?
You need to be a personal trainer.
Yeah.
Anyway,
forget about this gig.
And so anyway, maybe I shouldn't just go to gym. Maybe I shouldn't go to gyms. Maybe somebody just texted me, Tom, why do you bother going if it pisses you off so much?
Exactly.
Or use the gym at the club.
That's why
you're entitled to.
That's why you have that beautiful home gym.
Well, anyway, I just feel like I can't be the only ones. You go to the gym and you make fun of others who aren't doing it right. That in your mind you do it. You don't tell them that. I feel like going up and saying, you're wasting your time. You're not working that muscle group.
I'm sure that they would appreciate
one other thing. I got to take it. Okay, never mind. I can't. But one other thing, and then I promise I'll take your problems, questions, complaints coming up. But there is one other thing that I want to warn everyone about because they're going to end up in surgery.
Sometimes I'll be there, and women do this more than men. I haven't seen the guys do it. Somebody will come in with a rack or something on one of their extremities, and the women will tell them, this is what you need to do to help that. And I have interjected a couple of times because I said, look, don't tell them what to do. They need to get either an X-ray, an MRI, or talk to somebody and find out what has been torn or damaged before you tell them what kind of exercise to do. I mean, they could be making it 10 times worse. I mean, I don't tell them what exercise to do because I don't. What?
That's good.
But you know, it's totally wrong to tell somebody what kind of exercise to do if you have no data upon which to base that suggestion.
Hey, Doc, it's no different than people that, like, I have a family member that is a woman of girth, okay, who is on...
Hold on one second. Fix It 24/7 is going to do an extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace for just $39. It's amazing they're still doing it because we do have some cold weather and people are getting shook up about it. But I'll tell you this, get this done and make sure your furnace is running efficiently and add life to it because dirt and grime is the #1 killer. You want to avoid costly breakdowns, and Fix It 24/7 has the absolute lowest price and the best deal on these extreme cleans. In fact, they're the only ones that truly clean it the way they do. FixMyHome.com. Book now is where you have it done. Just $39 for new customers. They want to show you what they can do. They spend up to a couple hours on this damn thing. It was well worth it. $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now. All right, sorry.
So I've got this gal in my extended family that is large, really large, and she's on the biggest damn dose of those GLP-1s that you can be on. Okay, the largest dose. She eats like a horse. She eats through it all. I mean, there's no effort whatsoever to actually curtail her eating or anything. She eats like it's the last meal on the planet. Okay. You can't curtail that behavior.
Not with a drug.
No, not with a drug, and you can't say, hey, you know, by the way, if you would just eat more properly, you would find that those drugs would help you lose weight. Why don't we help work on your diet? I mean, she's not going to be open to suggestions like that.
Right.
And idiots in the gym that do exercises wrong, you know. You just got to learn to just say, screw it. It's not my problem, you know. Those people are going to do what they're going to do, and it doesn't impact your life one bit.
No, I only intervene if I tell somebody what you're doing may be making it worse. Just go see a doctor. I never tell them what to do or give them my opinion upon what exercise to do or not do.
In my business, I get questioned all the time. What do you think I should do?
Yeah.
What should I do for, you know, I'm like, I am not giving you medical advice, okay? I am not your doctor. I will tell you what my opinion is about a lot of stuff, but I am not the guy that's going to tell you to do or not to do any medical procedure, period, you know?
And I'm very careful about giving medical advice.
Yeah, well, for good reason.
But they've been plugging this like crazy.
What's that?
This artery, the prostate artery embolization.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. No incisions in the genital area, just a tiny pinhole in the groin.
Well, it's in the inguinal space, so it's not really bad. No, I would not do that until I had a biopsy.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to rule out.
Stage of life,
You got to rule out.
over the.
You got to rule out, prostate cancer before you do any kind of intervention. Right. Or at least get a low PSA and have somebody evaluate whether it's reasonable.
At that age and that stage of your life, you should be over the vanity of
You should what?
Be over the vanity of worrying about.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
It's like, whatever.
This is my most important job of the week. Taking attendance to the poker game.
How's your daughter doing, Tom?
As far as she's studying for real estate still, and she's living with me, and she's doing okay. I mean, but she's not moving forward. She's kind of in an idling position. I mean, in my opinion, she's been studying too long.
A small business, a seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Rod wants to talk about a septic tank. Go ahead, Rod. What's going on? Then I'll get to some text here on personal injury. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I bought a house at the end of 22 in October, moved in 23, the very first month. It's the first time I've ever had a septic. Went into July of this year and decided to go ahead and give a septic company a call to see what the deal was, or kind of a little information on it. They said they have been doing maintenance in that property for the last, I want to say 10 years, and said within the last 5 that they have told the owner that that septic tank need to be replaced.
Okay, Rod, when did you actually close on the property?
It's been October of 22.
All right, and when did you find this out about the septic system?
July of 25.
Okay, and when you did a disclosure sheet, did they have anything down there about the septic system?
They did. The county passed it due to a guy came in from
no. There's more to it than when you say the county passed it. I don't understand. What do you mean the county passed it? That's a whole different ball game. You mean the health department?
County, yeah, public health. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
they came out, and what did they say about it?
Well, they passed it due to another septic company coming from Dubai came down and put in what they call a piranha system. That's an air system that is supposed to basically eat the bad bacteria and put better bacteria into this system.
So when was that work done? You bought it in October of 22. When was that system put in?
May of 22.
So the guy obviously knew something was up with his septic and had work done on it a few months before he sold it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then you had another company. So here's the way it looks. This guy was told by that one company that you were in touch with that his system had to be replaced. Is that right?
Yes.
Then he called another company that said, probably your system doesn't have to be replaced. We just have to put in this piranha system.
Yes.
Okay. In his mind, he addressed the problem, which was further confirmed by the health department, which said it's A-okay.
Yes.
So
after 60 days.
I get it. But hold on. But
4 days.
The point I'm making is this. A disclosure is a disclosure of any problems that exist. And if you feel you've addressed the problem, and the health department even said you did, then you can't say that he didn't disclose something because there was nothing to disclose at that point. How do you...
For the homeowner.
How do you... Well, what I'm getting at is this. If I am told by company A, I need a new septic system, and company B tells me I don't, and I just need to do this, and I do this, and the health department says my septic system passes, then there would be nothing for me to disclose to you. I don't have to disclose to you the entire journey. I just have to disclose to you the end result. The end result is I have an approved system. There's nothing to disclose to you about problems. Now, if a question is asked, have you ever had sewer backups? Not do you have sewer problems? It depends on how the question's asked. In most disclosure statements, this guy would be covered. Where would he have disclosed this whole thing to you? And what would he have disclosed to you if the health department said that the septic system was okay? Where would he have disclosed that to you?
As a homeowner, I'm not real sure, Tom. I think the homeowner got duped like I got duped by the septic guy that put a piranha system in and comes in 3 days later and has somebody else come over and say, you know, everything's all right.
Well, you say, what do you mean he had somebody come in? Didn't you just tell me it was didn't you tell me it was from the state that came and inspected it?
No, it was the septic guy that put the piranha in.
Okay.
He basically, he says, homeowner, or it says, the full cost of the piranha system will be refunded.
Rod, hold on. Just hold on. You're confusing the hell out of me. You told me the health department inspected it. Just hold on. Didn't he say the health department inspected it?
I don't know what the guy's talking about. It sounds like to me the previous homeowner bought a system that he thought mitigated the problems and then checked the box saying everything's okay.
That's what it sounds like.
And it turns out down the road it wasn't okay. The county, all they do is come out and just, it's a cursory inspection. It's not a guarantee.
Yeah, but the homeowner can rely on it.
Yeah, I mean, but what they're inspecting is that it appears to be, it's not full, it's been pumped out, you know, it's.
He didn't tell me what the problem is to begin with right now.
I don't know what it is. You know, there's not much in a septic field that can't be fixed by pumping it out and starting over, unless there's lines broken or something like that. But bad bacteria can be killed.
U.S. Mortgages is offering a 5-year fixed rate right now for just 4.99% or below. That's 6.04 APR. Now listen to this. With a 5-year fixed rate that low, you can get through these rough times. Or if rates go down, you can refi out of it. In fact, once you're a customer of U.S. Mortgages, you're in the lowest rate for life program, which means when rates go down by as little as 0.5%, they will refinance you free of charge, no lender fees, no appraisals, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use that program. So get U.S. Mortgages on your side. Let them shop the marketplace to find the best rate for you, or take advantage of their 5-year fixed 4.99% or below. And get it right now. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate. Or look them up online, USMLoan.com. That stands for U.S. Mortgages, USMLoan.com. 303 low rate.
Some serious coverage trouble next year. Get started today at Integrity
No, the urinal, no.
So how much does she lack from being done on that real estate thing?
Well, that's the part I gotta get with her because she got an extension on the course she's taking online, and it's a real course with real lectures and all that, and she's passed all that stuff going up, and she's supposed to take her test. And I think what she had was test anxiety because she asked for an extension for another 30 days. So I had to get on her about it because I've been letting her do nothing but that. And
that's the kind of stuff that, you have to just cram your head with it. It's like your Series 7 and all that.
Right.
You have to just cram your head with all that stuff, go take the test, and then do a data dump and be done with it. You're never going to use 90% of that ever again, but you've got to cram it all in there to just knock the test out,
You're so right. I mean, there's stuff, there's something called the Krebs cycle, which is how you metabolize food. It's very complicated. I've learned it 6 times. I've forgotten it 7 times.
7 times, right.
But you got to memorize it.
A rain check, or rather snow check, appearance for Jamie Lissow on the program, returning to Comedy Works South this weekend. Your chance to win free passes and GOP candidate for Governor Greg Lopez, Thursday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay, so let's go to Rod. Hey, Rod, listen. Let me just ask you this straight up. What's wrong with your system right now?
The leach field is bad.
Okay, now.
It's been bad. The septic company that typically does the maintenance on it says they had a yearly reminder for this homeowner that every year they would send him because it needed to be pumped once a year because the leach field is bad.
Okay, here's what I want to ask you. Here's what I want to ask you. You said when you bought the property in 2022, who inspected it and said it was okay? Who inspected it?
Septic Remedy out of Divide.
Okay.
Nothing local like the company that's been maintenance.
Okay.
The company that maintenance.
So the county never inspected it. The health department never inspected it like you told me to begin with.
No, I'm sorry if I miscommunicated
Okay.
that. No, they did not.
Okay, so you never had it inspected. Normally, the mortgage company requires the health department to inspect it. But in any case, you bought the house, and the place when you bought it, did you hear from either company when you bought it? This one from Divide, the septic company in Divide, did they tell you anything about the system?
No, we actually called them after we bought it for them to come down and try to explain the system a little bit to us.
Did they have a sticker on it or something, and the sticker said it had their name on it? Is that why you called them?
No, because there's paperwork on that, what they installed that Piranha system that was supposed to cure everything.
All right. Here, you got 2 septic. Okay, you have 2 septic companies. I'm going to answer your question real short. You think you have a case against the Piranha System company? You don't. They didn't do the work for you. They did it for the previous homeowner. They didn't guarantee you anything. So you can't go after that company because they did inadequate work. If the first company has proof that they warned the guy that the septic was bad, okay? And if that seller did not tell you, you have a good non-disclosure case against that seller. It depends on how they filled out that non-disclosure sheet. But if they did not disclose a serious problem, then you can sue them for damages. If he can hang on if he has more, because I had to cram it all in.
Rod, if you have more questions, we'll let you right here after the break.
See,
okay?
He fucking said that the health department inspected it, and the only reason they gave it a clean bill of health was because of this Piranha system. He said that.
No problem.
He said, no, they never inspected it. So I don't know what to do when people tell me.
And then he's saying, well, they sent him notifications that it had to be pumped every year. Who sent the notifications?
He bought his home on October 22, and the owner never disclosed any issues with the septic system. Okay, then he said, but later he found out
that there were issues and that the owner was aware of it, but had mitigated it with the Piranha.
But later, found out that a septic company had warned the seller that the system was bad.
Seized over 3.5 kilograms of fentanyl powder, enough to make
seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
People who work at Lucky Flat may have serious health issues. If you work at Lucky Flat, or even other DOE workforce staff, I want you to be aware of a federal program offering up to $400,000 tax-free and free home health care for all. Trusted Allies Home Care can check if you qualify. Now, if you work at Lucky Flat, or any other DOE rep and staff, I want you to contact Trusted Allies today. Call them at 720-881-9633 or go online, trustedallies.com.
Use this holiday peace of mind. Give the people in your life something that will protect them. Go to byrna.com today. They are the world leader in less lethal personal defense. It's compact, it's concealable, it's powerful. The newest burner compact fits in a pocket, a purse, while delivering real stopping power for up to 60 feet away. I carry one every day. I recommend every family have a burner. Every person have one. Now, it fires potent, kinetic, and aerosol rounds that can stop any attacker in their tracks for up to 40 minutes. It's legal in all 50 states. You don't need a background check. It ships right to your door. Burner gives both the gift giver and the recipient peace of mind, not just for the holidays, but all year round and for many years to come. Go to byrna.com today or visit a burner retail store located in your city. That's byrna.com today.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvanceHair.com.
What's happening? What's happening in Minnesota? The blazing steam. Get the very latest. Whoever following these folks being guilty of trying to kill people in our country. 2 individuals in clear distress killed by the United States.
A show-packed show of Senator Marshall Blackburn will talk about how Meta, the owner of Facebook,
WhatsApp, Instagram, and more, was lenient on sex trafficking. Plus, Simona Mangiante Papadopoulos just back from interviewing the president of El Salvador and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW. Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino with John Fuller from Fuller Law. By the way, this hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. If you have a problem with your garage door or with the opener, they can come out and fix it 24/7. If you have a broken spring, they're dangerous. Don't ever try to do a spring yourself. And if you want to know what it costs, it's all on their website. And they are factory authorized for most stores. They can do the door, any part of the door, or the opener. OneClearChoiceDoors.com for all of their services and prices. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. 720-370-3987. Welcome to the show. Now, I do have some personal injury stuff I want to get to. Let me get to my questions for John Fuller that I've been putting off. We've had other issues come up on the phone. And by the way, on that septic system, let me say this real quick. The guy's not on the phone anymore. Non-disclosure issues in real estate are very simple. They have to disclose what they know is wrong. Okay? They have to disclose that. Now, questions can be asked, is there a problem with the foundation? Now, if you think that you fixed a problem with the foundation, you don't have to say there is a problem. It's only problems that exist at the time of sale, unless it asks, have you ever had structural problems and how were they dealt with, or have you ever had work done on the foundation? There are different ways that disclosure sheets are written. The most dangerous part of a disclosure sheet is where an owner says they don't know.
I don't know.
Right, I don't know, because what they're doing is they're not committing to a no, and they're not committing to a, well, the yes would be admitting something's wrong. When they say they don't know, then you better really take note of that, okay? But let me explain something else. On the septic system, okay, if that owner knew there was a serious problem and didn't disclose it, that would be actionable, okay? If he has a company that says, wait a minute, we told him he had a problem and he has to replace the system, that's really good evidence. Now, you have to weigh the cost of going after that owner for this non-disclosure. You'll have to show that you wouldn't have purchased it, or at the time it would have cost this much money to fix it. They should have fixed it, or they should have told me about it. John, I don't know how they determine damages on that. Do you say I wouldn't have purchased it and I want to undo the deal? Or, I mean, how do you, on a non-disclosure case, how do you even assess damages?
Well, probably in this case, it's going to be the cost of the leach field and what it's going to cost to remediate the problem. So the cost of fixing the leach field.
And by the way, for those listening, a septic system is very easy. It's a big tank, and this big tank is part of the system. All of your sewage goes into this tank. The solids drop to the bottom. The liquids go out toward the top of the tank into a leach field, which is gravel or sand or a combination. Or if you have a natural leach field, it would be a sandy thing where it absorbs the liquids over a big many square feet, depending on the size of the house. They tell you what size your leach field has to be. And they calculate that based on the number of bathrooms. So the water then goes from the septic, the wastewater goes out to the leach field and eventually is evaporated into the air. And then that's the system. The solids build up in the tank and eventually have to be pumped out. And the way they do that is by introducing some liquid and pumping it out. And you get that done in a good system, maybe every 5 years. So that's a naturally functioning system. Then you have other systems that they don't have good leach fields, so they have to go out farther to find one or build one artificially with gravel and sand. And sometimes where they locate the leach field is up from the tank elevation-wise, and they have to put a pump in the septic tank to pump the liquids out into the leach field. And that's a more complicated system. I know more about septics than I should because of all the years of living out in the country. Okay, on a personal injury note, I'm just going to parse through all the extra crap and get right to the question. This one is a mattress fell off a car, and it caused them to have an accident. They ran into the side of the road, and it was the mattress. And the car that dropped the mattress kept going. Now, I have an interesting question. And actually, it said somebody was injured, too. They want to know if it's covered. Here's the thing. Would that be an uninsured or underinsured motorist coverage because the guy that dropped the mattress left?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yep.
So you can collect on that from your own insurance?
Sure. It's exactly what the insurance is for.
When would it become comprehensive, a road hazard or something?
Well, I mean,
would your company even fight it, saying this is not uninsured or underinsured? Like, of course, the mattress came from somewhere.
Your comprehensive, Tom, is mostly for property damage.
Okay, you're right, not personal injury. You're right.
So you're really tapping into what the liability policy of the at-fault driver would have covered if they had it or if they had stopped.
Okay. Somebody was hit by a bicycle while they were out jogging. Does auto insurance kick in on anyone's side?
Most likely not, but we would look to homeowners insurance for the owner of the bicycle.
The owner of the bicycle could be liable, and his homeowners could cover him.
I've had that case, and we've successfully recovered on it.
Could my personal injury, what is it called, MedPay, on my automobile cover me if I'm hit by a bicycle?
It most likely not. The definitions, and I'm not speaking for all policies, so you'd have to look at that language in the policy, but most of them relate to the operation of a motor vehicle. And so, in all likelihood, the bicycle is not going to be considered a motor vehicle. But these days, that's a gray area.
My kid was injured. Again, I'm only picking out the lines for John for the interest of time. You don't want to hear the rest of the story. My kid was injured on a trampoline. We signed a waiver. Do waivers count?
Yep, they sure do.
They do. you can waive your right.
You can waive simple negligence, okay? Simple negligence is not intentional conduct. So you can't sign a waiver and have somebody come out and
punch you.
And punch you or maliciously do something that injures you. That's not going to be covered by a waiver. But simple negligence, absolutely. Courts enforce them all the time.
Okay. I was at a work sponsored event, and I was injured. They don't say how they were injured. What would workers' comp apply, or would I have a personal injury suit? You can't sue your employer, right? if it's a work sponsored event, but you're not on the clock, how does that work?
There's so many variables in that question. I can't give you a straight answer. But if it was in the course and scope of your employment, it would be a workers' comp case. All injuries that happen while in the course and scope of your employers.
So you could call that the scope of your employment, right?
But
or
let's
is
say
it voluntary?
let's say if it was a work party at a country club, okay? It's not going to be work related. Even though you were there because of your work, it's going to be more likely a premises liability or a negligence case against the country club. That would not fall under comp. And would just be a whole different animal. So I just need more details.
Explain why premises liability is such a pain in the ass. By the way, for those listening, premises liability, call it property liability. The property owner, the premises owner, what liability do they have to you, and why is it so difficult to collect on it? Why?
How much time do we have?
Yeah, but people need to know this because we get a lot of questions about premises liability.
In 1986, the legislature decided that the world would stop turning if they didn't make it really, really hard for people to bring premises liability cases in Colorado, and they set out to make them incredibly difficult, and they succeeded.
Meaning property owners, they wanted to protect property owners.
Absolutely. And they, in their wisdom, thought that the economic impact on Colorado businesses would be so great if people were able to just bring lawsuits all the time, anytime something bad happened, that it would be terrible for the Colorado economy.
They raised the bar
So here's what they came up with, okay? For most cases dealing with you walking into some business or some place where you have a right to be, you're a member of the public, here's the standard. Now get your pencil out, okay? It's the landowner is responsible for their unreasonable failure to take reasonable steps to protect against a dangerous condition that they knew of or that they should have known of. What the heck does that mean?
Well, I don't know what it means.
There's two unreasonables and a knew or should have known in the same sentence.
So go ahead.
That's the reason why they're so hard, is that standard is infinitely manipulable by defense counsel that say, either we didn't know about it, or if we did know about it, we took steps to protect against it. And if we didn't take steps, then it was unreasonable for us to take steps. And therefore, under any of those circumstances, we're not liable.
You sound like you're kidding, but you're not.
I'm not kidding at all. They are difficult. 70% of people that bring cases in court and go to trial for premises liability lose in the state of Colorado. I've been doing those cases for 25 years. But they are the hardest. They almost always go into litigation. Almost without a doubt, we don't even really take those cases unless there's a broken bone or a surgery involved, because the cost and the time commitment is so great that you just can't otherwise do it.
But the easy answer would be that they should, that it's something that they needed to know about and ignored.
Yes,
That's
it needs to be a dangerous condition that they knew of, or that they just, in the exercise of normal diligence, would have known about.
But instead they ignored it.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the bottom line. Most people will never ignore a dangerous situation.
A reasonably prudent person would not.
All right. By the way, Renew Home Innovations, if you want the lowest price furnace replacements, that's what they pledge to you. The guaranteed lowest price on furnaces. Think about that. 303-904-2000. The guaranteed lowest price. Apples for apples. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Oh, you and me both. I've made a lot of money off of them, but they always cause you to lose sleep at night and take years off your life. And many times they're some of the most righteous cases out there. They're people that are really seriously injured, but it just sucks.
All right. So hold on a second here. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney that unfortunately this time of year is going to get busy because a lot of people drink after work or they go to parties and holiday parties. And here's the bottom line. And this is something you need to know. What you need to know is that Joe Lazzara will talk to you free of charge up front and give you all the information you need on any kind of a crime or offense that you might have committed or are accused of. And then you get a flat rate price for his services. So you're not nickeled and dimed and you know exactly what the case will cost you. Lazzara, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. That's 429-6200. The Art of Granite right now will give you a price on the phone, The Art of Granite. All you have to do is call them, but here's what they guarantee you, the lowest price for your countertop project, and they want a chance to win your business. Why don't you go visit them in Golden, theartofgranite.com, and you can see their beautiful wares, and you can go out there and their stone yard. It's always wholesale on all countertop material, whether it's natural stone or man-made material. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Tear out and haul away is always free. All right, Wave 8 Wealth Management. That is my company that I started for myself years ago and then made it available to you. If you are trying to grow your nest egg and protect your nest egg and have money to retire on, let us give it a shot. I would love for you to compare with what you're doing with what we can do for you. We do free comparisons. We can even back test and show you side by side what our methods would be doing for you compared to what you were doing on your own. And it's all free of charge with no obligation. Why don't you give us a call and let us evaluate what you're doing right now? 303-771-HELP. My team is ready to serve you, and I pledge that my monies will be invested right alongside yours. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or wave8capital.com.
Except for 39 outside, we should be having a good melt off about now.
Make this season about joy, not identity theft. With LifeLock, save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code BECK. Terms apply.
Are you tired of paying high fees in your retirement accounts? If you pay 1% a year for over 25 years, you'll complete your retirement by 25 to 30%.
Here at MyMoneyMyWay.com, we don't believe in charging 1% or more. We have one of the lowest fees in the industry with a 1/10 of 1%. That's a 10th less than the other guys.
Tom, can you bring up that case that I was telling you about that we got 26 times?
Yes.
I don't want to make it about that case, but just more generally the issue of why you need to have somebody on your side and how normal people representing themselves will never find the existence of policies out there that sometimes we can.
chili spot.
Yelling about grass feels strange. Let's try that again. Sunday Yard Plans give you a big, healthy yard without pesticides or weekend projects. We analyze your soil and climate, send a simple plan, and you spray it on. No drama. But wait, there's more. No, there isn't. For Black Friday, your Sunday plan is 30% off. Lock in your spring subscription today. Sunday, smarter lawn care for less. GetSunday.com.
Happy freezing talk early on your Thursday morning. We'll bring back sunshine highs today, back up above freezing in the upper 30s. I'm Fox 31 Supervisor Meteorologist Heidi Wilson. This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure. Coming soon.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Wealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, I just had a meeting with Dan McKenzie about my will and my trust and all of that. I use Dan McKenzie, a great system. They meet with you, they cut through the mustard, they get to what you need for your estate plan. If you don't have an estate plan, you will love this personalized attention they give you at 833-CO Plans. That's Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, 833-CO Plans. I'm using them to do my new estate plan, and you should too. McKenzie Law, coplans.co. All right. John Fuller. This is one real quick here, and then I know we have another one here. The at-fault driver died in an auto accident, and he didn't have great insurance limits. He didn't have high limits. He had low limits. Can I go after his estate? Can you actually go after the estate of the at-fault driver if he died?
Yeah, potentially you could. I mean, the at-fault driver is responsible for all of your damages. And so if the driver was insured, generally at the time of his death, you know, you're limited to the limits of his insurance policy. But, you know, that's only if you're really going after the insurance policy itself.
Right.
You know?
If you don't want to go after the insurance policy, can you choose to go after can you choose that you're going to go after the estate instead?
Yeah, I think if they have insurance, you're going to be limited to that policy.
Really?
Yeah.
But why? If he was alive, you could sue him.
I don't know.
But they don't let you sue the estate, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Oh, that's very interesting. Deputy Bo, you have a follow-up? What's going on? Bo.
Yes, this is from Edna. She called in on October 2nd regarding
Wow. Okay.
And Mark was the host, so you probably have zero notes on it.
No, we might have some. Sometimes there's a miracle here. Edna, I got it. A new shower installed with issues. The installation of a jacuzzi tub and some other stuff. Midwest Bath. They had to come out and look at it. They say the design is wrong. And anyway, what's going on with it?
Right. Well, I'm glad you have the notes. So they installed a 2-inch shower pan. And her contract clearly stated, and from the designer, that it was supposed to be a 4-inch shower pan. So I've been called, this job was installed on July 18th, and she's just been fighting with them to try to get the correct shower pan installed as specified in the contract.
Yes.
So after making a weekly call, I was a hound dog on this one. I called every week since October 16th. I think they got a little tired of the phone calls. And the owner of Midwest Bath finally sent a contractor over there last week, and they did the right thing, fulfilled the contract, and installed the correct 4-inch.
Wow, that is very cool. So they actually did the right pan.
They did. After us calling for several weeks, they took the old 2-inch pan out that they installed incorrectly and put in the 4-inch one that was specified in her contract.
That is very cool. Thank you very much, man. We need a dinger on this. I need to give Deputy Bo my dinger, and I left mine at home in the home studios. That's not the dinger. That's the most ridiculous dinger I ever heard. There we go. Thank you, Bo. Okay, this is a case that shows you the value of searching. Okay, you get a settlement and you have to decide to take it or not from the insurance company, John. But how do you know, and this did come up, that's why I'm bringing it up. How do you know to look for other insurances, and how does that pay off? And how do you even know to look? Can you give that scenario that actually happened?
Yeah, so, I mean, this comes up all the time, Tom. One of the things that we do that I think is really challenging for a regular homeowner to do, or not a homeowner, but a regular driver victim of a car crash, is, we know all the different ways that you can go out and find other coverage that might apply. And we could be talking about, commercial coverage that might step in to provide coverage. We could be talking about umbrellas that are out there that are not disclosed by the insurance company. We could be talking about uninsured motorist policies that will step in to apply. Resident relative policies that will step in to apply. I mean, these are all the things that we just do on a regular basis.
Do they have to tell you all the insurances, or sometimes they may not even know?
No, they don't have to tell you that. So you have to put them into a posture where they eventually have to disclose it, okay? That's not something they just initially do all the time. And one of the challenging things is that sometimes, many times, a company that issues an umbrella may not be the same company that has the underlying liability coverage.
So how do you find out about them?
You have to just be diligent. There are services that we can use. We do discovery.
How
put
did
the
it
person
come up
under oath.
in this particular case that I'm referencing? How did it come up?
So we recently had a case where it was a very bad catastrophic injury case, but the actual tortfeasor, meaning the guy that was at fault, only had $50,000 of insurance. Okay,
that's it.
And we're talking $5 million of medical bills.
Oh my God!
It was a terrible case. But we just weren't satisfied that there wasn't additional coverage out there. And the guy's insurance company was just wanting to write the check. Here, let us just send it over. We'll hand carry it to you if you'll take it, right?
Right.
And we just said, no. And we kept investigating. What we find out is that the guy that caused the accident was actually in the process of doing a business transaction at his bank at the time or immediately before the accident happened, thereby making it a business trip. It wasn't on his way home.
So he was
out of his way.
He went out of his way to do this errand for his employer,
for his own company that he owned.
Oh, for his company.
And so there's a rule in Colorado called the coming and going rule that basically says if you're coming and going on behalf of a business, it's considered a business act, and therefore the business insurance, even though they didn't actually insure that vehicle, they insured that business. And since it was a business act,
oh my God,
we were able to get an additional $1 million of coverage for that accident that would not have been there had we just taken the original $50,000 and moved on down the road.
And even this guy himself didn't know enough to talk about.
Absolutely not. Yeah, and why would he? I mean, he didn't know the evidentiary rule about bringing in additional policies and all that stuff. So the point is, there is value to bringing a professional in on a personal injury action, even when you think there may not be enough insurance.
Well, yeah,
and
even
you always think
in this case, if the insurance company said, "Here, let me write the insurance limit," you might be thinking to yourself, "Why bring in an attorney? I already got the limit."
Well, I hear it all the time. I'm just going to get nothing because the attorney's going to take everything.
Right.
And we bring this extra value to the table. In this particular case, an extra $1 million. But in many other cases, there's an extra 100. There's an extra 25, an extra 50, an extra $1 million. These are extra because we've located and found the way that those policies become applicable to this accident.
But this was an accident in a vehicle that was not insured by his company.
That's correct.
But it extended to this accident because he was on a business errand.
You got it.
Wow. That's incredible.
I don't know why that cracks me up every time.
They're doing it everywhere, too.
It does. All right, I'm going to try.
So what did Mike Brown moved over to 850 or?
They wanted to get rid of the news in the morning, the 4-hour block of news.
Right.
So they got rid of the news. They
On KOA?
Yeah, it's only an hour news now instead of 4. So
is that a big?
Okay, hold on. Vestera Turnkey. Become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. What exactly do they do? Well, they do research to find the best markets to buy rental properties. That's really what they do. Then they help you find the best rental property. They help you manage it, and that helps you get it rented out to make money on rent. But the real play here is when you sell it and make money on the equity growth because they find the great markets. If you're interested in this program, they handhold you through the whole thing. VesteraTurnkey.com, 303-888-3788, 303-888-3788. Hey, get your furnace extremely clean, checked, and tuned for just $39. You know, if you think about that, you spend that on coffee in a week. For new customers, Fix It wants to show you how they can add life and efficiency to your furnace because dirt and grime is the #1 cleaner. And this is the guaranteed lowest price you'll ever find for this particular service because no one cleans them like Fix It or tunes them and fixes like Fix It. FixMyHome.com. Book now, just $39. Just $39 right now with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
That's a pretty big move for him, numbers-wise, isn't it, on KOA?
Yeah, because there's a giant, bigger audience.
Right.
Although nowadays, really, to be honest with you, it's not like it used to be where AM was AM. See, the size of signal, most people are listening on other devices.
Really?
Well, yeah,
The majority of people are.
Really, except for people in cars.
Yeah.
So the signal is not as critical as it used to be.
Right. But how does the audience size differ between KOA and K-House?
No, KOA has a much bigger universe.
Right. Yeah.
All because of its reach.
Yeah.
Have they thought about who they want to replace? I know they're auditioning. Does anybody have the inside track that you know about?
No, I don't know anything about it. I just hope they take somebody that has audience engagement.
Like Leland? Would you think he could come back?
He doesn't want to come back.
Really? Because I know he did an audition.
Well, he did some shows, but he can't come back. He's working.
Yeah, he's got a job. Yeah, the audience engagement, I think, is something that's lacking. All these guys are getting geared up for the next election season.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy that they really need to start so far in advance. You know?
It is insane. I remember who it was, but some first-time congressman said that when he got to Washington, 80% of his time was spent on the phone trying to get, and he had just been elected to try and get funds for his re-election campaign in 2 years.
Yeah.
They do so little work.
You got Bennett running for 2 seats at the same time.
Yeah.
How the hell can you do that? You know, vote for me for governor, but if you're not going to do that, vote for me for Senate, because I'm going to go back for 2 more years. You know, that's just absurd. I hope people get offended by that and just say, you know what, we're not that dumb.
Well, you know, the founders never envisioned lifelong politicians.
Politicians, yeah.
It's one of the few mistakes they made, that there should have been term limits like there are for presidents. But, I mean, they didn't even have term limits for presidents.
When did that come into play?
Right after FDR.
It's V as in victory, IOME, Viome.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
Hi, Tom Martino. We have 20 minutes left. If you want to give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I have this one email that I'll get right to it, and it talks about considering a Tesla. If Tesla Autopilot is in control, is the person still at fault? They can't say it's Tesla Autopilot, right?
Absolutely, the person is in control and is liable.
And have these come up?
Plenty of times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have people tried to sue Tesla? Would you ever?
Billions of dollars of damages have been assessed against Tesla for auto driving accidents.
Really?
Yes.
Would you name them as one of the defendants if you were doing this and and the guy said I had it, or the other driver said it was on autopilot?
Yeah, for sure. It would depend on the case, but I mean, everything about the autopilot, it says you're still in charge. You know, don't take your hands off the wheel. You can't take a nap. You can't eat dinner. I mean, you're still in charge of the car. You can't just flip the switch and go about your way and expect the car to drive you home. That's not how it works. So you are still in charge. With that being said, there are cases where the autopilot does things that are wrong. Okay. I can think of one in Florida not too long ago that was a mega verdict against Tesla, where the autopilot drove into an intersection that was a T intersection, and it didn't know that it was a T intersection. It just went straight into actually a parked car and a guardrail on the other side of the road, as if it was just a continuation of the road that it was on. And it was clearly an autopilot mistake.
Yeah.
But the driver should have been aware to say there's a problem here and to hit the brakes, and they could have avoided the accident. But neither the driver nor the autopilot did so, and some people got really badly hurt. And so, yeah, I would absolutely name Tesla.
I was driving down the street. Somebody opened their door into traffic. I swerved and hit the car in the next lane. And they are claiming injuries. Can I hold that guy responsible, or the woman, whoever, they didn't say, who opened the door? Like, does that driver, if you're parked and you open your door and that causes someone to swerve because the police did get their name and number, would they be part of this accident? Would they be part of something you could collect on? If you're in that car of someone who got injured, would you feel comfortable going after that person as well and their insurance if they opened their door and caused injury?
Well, I've not had that particular case present itself, but I have had cases where people open the doors and a bicycle hits them, and they're liable to the bicyclist. So I think if that rule applies to a bicyclist, it would also apply to an oncoming car. And so certainly the car would say it's not my fault because that guy opened his door at the last minute. So they would probably name them as a third party at fault. And so why not just to fend off the suggestion that somebody else was at fault? Let's name them all. I would probably name them.
Okay, so
dash cam, that's what, right? Another instance.
No. I did have a question about dash cams. It said, I've noticed lately some dash cams being advertised that have rear, front, and angles. Do they really make a difference? I mean, other than you're going to see more, right? I mean,
So they would make a difference, obviously, because what you see is what you get. Are they all, John? There is a move toward. I think eventually, it's going to be standard equipment in a car.
I do too. Yeah.
I think they're just going to come with dash cams.
I agree.
And what I want to know is, are they admissible in court? Is there a way that they're not admissible? Or are they, even one that I buy and stick on my windshield, that's admissible?
You bet. Yeah, it's a living color video of what happened. As long as it can be authenticated with date and time and place and all that stuff, yes, it's going to come in the door as evidence, and they are compelling. In fact, I've never had a dash cam case that required going into or much further in litigation. After the dash cam was produced, it completely eliminates the issue of liability, one way or the other, good or bad. And then the only thing from that point on is damages. It's very powerful evidence.
One thing that really pissed me off was today driving. Okay, just real quick.
From the gym.
No. Okay. Did you see the ice? Did you see the roads this morning? I mean, it literally looked like an ice rink.
Very shiny.
I mean, when on Bonnie Bray Boulevard, especially, I saw, and I swear to God, it was ice. It's like and it wasn't even the clear ice. It was like ice. Okay. And then I went out on the highway and it was ice. But I know we hear this all the time. These Escalades and Navigators and these people think they're bulletproof. I swear to God, they're just crazy the way they're driving on this ice.
They don't understand
big,
that
heavy
four-wheel
vehicles.
drive
I know it's
great to go, but it doesn't do anything to help you stop.
But it just baffles me that with everything we know, they still drive like frickin' idiots.
Yep.
And
it's true. I mean, I don't know why it comes as a shock to people, but that's been the rule for a zillion years. You know, four-wheel drive. We used to joke about Texans. You know, they come to town, rent a car, and they're all four-wheel drive, and you know. But the reality is, it's just physics. You lock up those wheels, that thing is skidding like an ice skate.
And it's
there's
giant.
Nothing you can do.
I mean, they're big,
big
SUVs. Okay, one other thing. Somebody texted me, said you said there was one other thing about the gym, and I swear they want to know what it was. There was one thing. I did tease something saying you're going to have surgery. Okay. My surgeon told me this. When I had back surgery, my back is perfect. I got it all fixed years ago. Kettlebells, he said, creates more business for him than any other exercise. You know what a kettlebell is? Yeah. Where you hold that thing and you squat.
I'm just trying to think about why it would be that way.
Here's the one he's talking about, where they swing it it's between their legs and they're in a squat.
Yeah.
Then they stand up and swing it up over their heads and then back down again. He said that exercise probably is responsible for more crap in your back than anything, the kettlebells, for surgeries. But so it's the swinging motion. We weren't meant to swing like that, I guess. I mean,
that and pickleball or crippleball is
pickleball doesn't cause injury.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Most orthopedic surgeons love pickleball more than anything else. It was the greatest invention in the world because it's made them gazillions of dollars. They call it cripple ball.
God.
Now, impact traffic.
We're still seeing some slick roads on the side streets out there right now. There is a disabled vehicle.
When that book came out, they did nothing to dissuade it because very few people can actually card count.
Can actually do it.
And so many people lost money trying to card count. Same, have you noticed with roulette? They do the same thing where they have this thing right next to it in big letters showing red, black, red, black.
Oh, the percentages.
And people see 4 reds in a row. It's got to be black on the next one.
Right.
The casinos love that.
Yeah. I've got a friend that's just lucky, and he has a whole system based on that with roulette, and he'll wait till it gets up, 25 times the other way or something where
U.S. Mortgages has a 5-year fixed rate for 4.99% or below. And I say or below because they do have some products, if you fit the bill, you can get below 4.99%. So call them. By the way, 4.99% works out to be 6.04 APR. Now, what should you consider? If you get this 5-year loan, it's 5 years. It's a good chunk of time to see how things sift out in the interest rate market. But what's great is when you're a customer of U.S. mortgages, they're constantly shopping the mortgage industry and they find the best deals for you. And if rates go down even by 0.5%, they'll refinance you free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals. And there's no limit to the number of times this can be done. So once you're a customer for life. And they shop for you. So it's like you go out and find insurance, right, from like Compass Insurance. Well, U.S. Mortgages does the same for you in the mortgage business. They are in it to win it. They've been in it for 30 years strong. David Szymanski and his team. Find him at 303 Low Rate. 303 Low Rate or online usmloan.com.
You know, a lot of times when I come down I don't go to the mountains much anymore. Thankfully, I found a place to play poker that's a mile east of my house.
Is that your little religious club?
Well, it's not religious, just a line. So, but occasionally when I'm coming back, what scares me is the fog. You see, you know, you're going up and down into fog banks or consistent fog, and these huge four-wheel drive cars going, 60, 70 miles an hour, and I'm in the right lane doing 35 because you can't see it in front of you.
Yeah. Well, maybe Tom remembers this in Florida, but there's a big problem with people in really torrential downpours of rain that put on their damn flasher signals and then go like 2 miles an hour, And there's actually, there's big signs above the interstate saying, don't do this. Do not turn your flashers on.
Really?
Yes.
Why is that?
Remember that? Flashers in Florida when in the rain? How people put their forward stupid flashers
Well, tell me why you shouldn't do it.
You're a traffic hazard. They slow down to nothing and turn on their hazards, and visibility is not great to begin with, and they cause huge accidents.
By going slow?
Yes.
So if you
and it's the hazards that, there's
Really?
a law against it. It's illegal to turn your hazards on.
Even if you're going into speed limit?
Yes.
Really? Wow. So they assume that people can see you without your hazard lights on?
It's terrible. It blinds you to have people out there with their stupid hazards on, especially if it's half dark or something. It's a mess.
Wow.
They actually outlawed it, and there's signs saying don't do it.
That's so.
People still do it. And
That's so counterintuitive.
Until you see it done, and then you're like, what the hell?
Well, I would think that. I'm guilty of that.
Not down there, you wouldn't be. You would see it if it had hell what's going on.
Wow. Well, we don't get that much torrential rain.
No, not like down there.
Well, what about that scenario? Well, I'm doing 35. It's fog. You really can't see in front of you. I'm doing 35 miles an hour in the rightmost lane.
I think you're supposed to.
Should I keep my hazards on?
No.
Really?
Why? I don't know. It's different in fog. That's a different situation.
Is it?
To me, it is. I don't know. It's such a hazard down there that they've made it illegal.
It's interesting.
I had a case where a guy did not slow down in fog and was in a 90,000-pound semi hauling corn and hit a guy doing about 5 miles an hour. And physics being what it is, it did not offer the.
Who was at fault?
The semi.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. But the guy was just dead.
So what's your obligation if you're in fog?
Slow down.
Just slow down, and that's it?
Well, yeah. I don't think hazards, you can't turn your hazards on and go 70.
Right.
So the duty is to drive within your ability to see the the terrain in front of you.
Ryan Schuling.
A rain check, or rather snow check, appearance for Jamie Lissow on the program, returning to Comedy Works South this weekend. Your chance to win free passes and GOP candidate for Governor Greg Lopez, Thursday on Ryan Schuling Live.
In fact, I'm Tom Martino, by the way, and I want to remind you that if you ever have a problem or a question, give out the number 303-MARTINO for help, 303-627-8466. I'm sorry, we haven't had these calls in a while on shopping carts. Errant shopping carts caused me to swerve. I hit somebody else. Now, can I blame the shopping carts? What is the responsibility of the people who have the store? You know, we hear about shopping carts a lot, John, whether it's property damage. In this case, they say there's a personal injury involved. What is the story when it comes to shopping carts? I mean, is it reasonable care? Is it premises liability? Is it something they should have known about? They are responsible for their shopping carts, yes or no? If they put a gate up there that people don't use to put them, or what do you call them, a corral, and people don't use the corral, are these people, is the store still responsible?
I think they're going to claim that that's a premises liability case, and they're going to apply the standard that I just threw out a few minutes ago, and they're going to say, well, we didn't know that the cart was rolling across the parking lot, and we had a cart boy out there every 15 minutes.
Right. If they just show reasonable care, wouldn't that be enough?
If the jury thinks that that was a reasonable effort to take care of a dangerous condition, they're going to get off the hook for it under the premises liability law.
If it's reasonable.
If they exercise reasonable care, you know, to avoid a dangerous condition that they knew about or should have known. I mean, it fits into the statute. They're going to claim our efforts were reasonable. You know, we can't do more than every 7 minutes. It's like a sweep log in a grocery store. You know, there's a grape on the floor. Well, maybe, but we swept it every 4 minutes, and we have a log here with the dates and times and personnel and everything else. What more could we have done? We can't eliminate everything happening. We can only use our best efforts to eliminate the dangerous conditions that'll keep people safe.
And that's how the law was changed.
That's how the law is read.
Okay, so was there a 25-car pileup in Denver, in Colorado, recently in the last few days?
I think there was.
Okay,
yeah.
they said they were
nobody got hurt. Amazing.
Okay, well, this person says that they feel that they were hurt in the middle of it, but how do you even parse through it? John, what are you doing? What do you, is that an uninsured or underinsured motorist because you can't find the person responsible? When there's that many cars and you're in there, and they said they wrenched their back and their neck and they had some injuries. So, what do? They slammed on their brake, they hit their head, all of that.
You know,
do they forget about it?
No, I think in those kind of situations, I mean, literally it becomes a situation where all the insurance companies are involved and all the injured people are involved.
But now,
and
after the fact, how do you even find out who was there? Did the police take names on everyone?
For sure. They do.
And I guess if you're part of it, you would want your name there in it, wouldn't you?
Well, it's not what that, I mean, if you slid into somebody, let's say if I slid into you and my car stopped and Tom slams into me, am I at fault or is he at fault? Because I'm stopped on the roadway.
See, with pileups, it's
complicated. It really is. I mean, in the circumstances that I've had, it ends up being a big pile of money in the middle, and everybody's fighting for it. And generally, nobody gets paid till everybody gets paid.
Right. By the way, John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Hair loss has you feeling you're losing your identity. I've got something for you that worked for me. An incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They might help retain what you have, but you want your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From advanced hair state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. So do what I did. Schedule your free consultation for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Or check out the before and after photos. Go online to advancedhair.com.
America, your children have an amazing superpower. That's right. They can help save lives by simply washing their hands. Just 20 seconds of thorough hand washing after they've coughed or sneezed or been outside can help fight against the dastardly spread of germs. Armed with only soap and water and hands, your superhero can protect you, your family, and everyone out there in America land. Amazing! Find out more at coronavirus.gov. A message from the CDC and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Authorities say the suspect shown on surveillance video in 2021 wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and placing pipe bombs outside the RNC and DNC headquarter buildings in Washington, D.C. was arrested today at his home in Virginia. Attorney General Pam Bondi at a briefing.
Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021.
Bondi says he faces charges of a use of an explosive device and the investigation is ongoing. Luigi Mangione back in court today for an extended pretrial hearing. He's charged in the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO exactly 1 year ago today on a Manhattan street. His attorneys working to get key evidence dismissed, claiming police obtained it without a proper warrant. And the number of Americans filing for first-time jobless claims dropped to 191,000, the lowest level in more than 3 years. This is ABC News. Holiday travel is ramping up this season, and one airline is handing out surprise rewards as gifts.
If you're flying Delta now through January 5th and a Delta employee sees you spreading holiday cheer at the airport, the airline says they'll be giving out holiday medallion cards, which can be redeemed for a surprise gift. That gift could range from Delta merch to a gift card on Delta worth up to $500.